Alright, let's pause the music. Hello, everyone. How y'all doing today? It's been a pretty eventful week, shall we say. We I have been anticipating this documentary for a long time. So now that we have the documentary out of ReviewTechUSA, I'm actually really looking forward to it. So we're going to be taking a look at it right now. I'm just going to let some people come in before anything else. And then we'll get started with the stream. We might as well go into the interweaves section and then put it in full screen right there. Like I said, I've been anticipating this documentary for a long time. I'm super duper stoked about it. Only because this has to be one of the big... It's, like I said, it's one of the most anticipated documentaries because we're finally getting a really well-documented history of ReviewTechUSA. So, I've made my video on ReviewTechUSA. It did super duper well. And I'm honestly looking really forward to seeing how June documents this whole thing. I mean, I have seen the premiere of it. I didn't watch the full thing. I did see snippets of it. So, I do know some stuff, a little bit about it, but I have my own fair share of criticisms about this whole thing. So, we're going to be taking a look at that. Just gonna refresh. All right. Just doing a quick. Just before I do anything, I'm just gonna do one spot really quick. Or one. Oh, oops. Did not want to do that. Get this link. Oh wait, I already saved the link. What am I doing? Because I've already saved the link. I don't know why I thought it would be an idea to just copy it again, but whatever. That's really whatever. What's done is done. Just gonna quickly share it into a couple of servers that I'm in, and then we can get started with the ReviewTechUSA documentary. All right. Now that that's been taken care of, let's get back. Oh, whoops. Let's get back into that. So, for anybody who doesn't know about ReviewTechUSA, he was a tech channel who started off in 2009, and he got himself into loads of controversies, which is documented into the documentary by June the King. And what else is there to say? Like I said, I've made my video on ReviewTechUSA, did really well. And continued having me talk about Boogie afterwards. So now we're going to talk about ReviewTechUSA again. That's the cycle repeats itself. So I guess without further ado, let's take a look at the June the King documentary, ReviewTechUSA, A Rich History of Failure.
ReviewTechUSA is a tragic case, one of instability where both ends of the emotional spectrum play against him.
Because you're dumb, and your kids will be dumb.
That's a projection on Rich right there. I mean, I wouldn't say his kids are going to end up being dumb, but Rich is dumb, and something happened with his kids, or one of his kids, so...
You don't come to a stream for someone else's baggage. You know what I mean?
These extreme reactions are coming out at the lowest point of his channel, which previously released highly relevant, low-effort videos taking service-level glances at gaming news or subjects parallel to gaming, though this is no longer the case. Now Rich's focus is on streaming and producing music to little avail.
I don't think anybody should really watch Rich's music or listen to Rich's music. I've listened to a snidbit of it. It's bad. They're really, really bad.
He's either too subdued by intoxicants, where dead air and awkward pauses fill his streams, or sober and anxious, lashing out at those he feels have wronged him, like his former editor, Jay.
You're the sidekick everywhere you go. You couldn't cut it. That's why you became my editor.
Rich's self-destruction has also unearthed a history of doxing. Poor research that at one point had the former president of Sony call him stupid, and a history of lies and drama that were almost
Funny.
forgotten.
That was
but
funny.
are coming back to form a rich history of failure. In late 2009, a channel named ReviewTechUSA began uploading. This was Rich Masucci's, an American man with a tech background, second attempt at YouTube. Uploaded was video after video.
What was his first attempt at doing YouTube? You know, that questions me. What was his first attempt at doing YouTube besides ReviewTechUSA? I'll never know.
Of video game consoles spanning virtually all console generations, from the Atari 2600 to the then modern Xbox 360. These were off the cuff, simple overviews of the consoles where Rich of ReviewTechUSA often interjected his own stories with the devices. The same could be said about his other videos that range widely on topics. This one was playing into a stereotype that women enjoy being on the phone longer. This video, though titled Is Steve Jobs Dying?, was really about Rich's experience with Apple products and the history of Apple. Those looking to find facts would scarcely find it on this channel. This could work to Rich's benefit. While he was not very keen, nor uniquely knowledgeable of the products he was reviewing, he was very opinionated and confident in what he was saying. This means he had much to say and many videos to make, evident by his catalog. And after about a year or so of content creation, his beliefs had become established. Rich was a fan of console gaming, believing it was superior because of its ease of access and affordability against PC's customizability that also lends to its complexity.
Now that's not the case anymore because, I mean, yeah, consoles these days, they still have that ease of use, but there's just no point in staying with consoles. Hey Kim, how's it going? How you doing today? I know I already said that, but how are you doing today? But anyways, back to my point. There's really no point in having a console anymore. I mean, yeah, sure. They still have that ease of use, but PCs also have that ease of use. I mean, you could build a smaller PC the size of an Xbox Series X, stick it onto the entertainment center of your TV, and then just there you go. Ease of use. Console ease of use. Or PC ease of use, sorry. Man. And but that's just me though. Today has been pretty well. I mean, we're taking a look at the ReviewTechUSA documentary that dropped yesterday, which I'm super duper happy about that it finally came out. I've been anticipating this documentary for weeks now. So, yeah, we're gonna take a look at that.
Taking a side in this never-ending debate meant that his opinions resonated with those that preferred consoles, and those audience members would become easier fans of Rich. But the same could be said about the opposition.
Blockbuster Critic.
Found inhabiting the same tech space. Blockbuster Critic, or BBC for short, was a creator that pushed PC gaming over consoles. This, in late 2010, eventually led to a light feud between the two, and an online debate hosted by the BBC.
I need to look at this debate. I mean, I know that the debate's still out there. I've actually was searching for Blockbuster Critic on YouTube to see if he was still around. I believe it doesn't make content anymore, which is kind of sad. But I want to look at his debate between him and Rich, because that seems a little bit interesting to me to take a look at. So I'm gonna probably take a look at that and then see what the difference between these two were.
I'll let you have the post first, or the stand, or the soapbox, or whatever the hell you want to call it, and then we'll go from there.
What do you want me to talk about first?
State the case of why, PC gaming is superior for everybody.
Melanin Cosplay, how are you doing today? I don't think I've seen you here before. Unless if I have, then I'm sorry.
After about an hour-long debate, Rich concedes.
I'll be the first to admit that he owned me.
All right,
I'm saying it. I'm the man right here saying it. So, you all have a good holiday, and I will, even though I am owned, I will still put this video up on my YouTube channel because they wouldn't be right of me not to do it. So, have a good one, man. It was great talking with you. And everyone...
While things were cordial between BBC and Rich, they were not exactly friendly. At least not in the same sense of the channels that were promoting Rich's channel on their own YouTube pages like 3 Kilobytes, specifically Mike and Jay.
And I'm Jason for 3 Kilobytes. My last name is Hoofed, and
Oh man, this is Jay Hoofed. This is Jay right here. Let's join Discord via Tiny. Get out of your shell and tap that like button. Woo! But this is the origin story where Rich's editor is Jay Hoofed. Is 3 Kilobytes.
I like to build houses in Minecraft.
Whenever Rich hit a milestone, like a subscriber goal or obtaining YouTube partnership, which meant he could earn ad revenue from his YouTube videos, he made sure to thank these channels.
They've helped me out big time, especially Jay. I communicate with him the most, and thank you so much, man. Honestly, the reason I hit 1,000 subs, the second half of it is mostly due to his help.
And of course, as many of you know, because probably like 80% of the subscriptions have been from them, is 3 Kilobytes. All of them, of course, but especially Jay and Mike.
Honestly, my channel is where it is because of what Jay, Mike, and Kat have done to promote me.
By 2011, things were going well for Rich. Not only was he earning some revenue from his channel, he was remaining somewhat consistent and fair with his losses, going as far to release a video titled, "I Can't Defend Consoles Anymore."
Right now,
This is the era where now your sound is low for the video itself. Oh, okay. I'll turn the volume of the video up. Let's go right about here. But this is now the origin for. Jesus. This is now the origin for now Rich is not defending consoles anymore. So we're gonna.
now, folks, I know a lot of people are going to jump below and write comments saying,
How's the volume now?
"You can't build a PC," or "It's too hard," or "It's too technical." No, it's not.
This was inspired by the infamous hacking of the PlayStation Network that effectively brought the online services down for months.
I remember that time. Like, I was hardcore into PlayStation. Like, back then I used to have the PS3. I was hardcore into PS3 online gaming. 2 more levels. All right. I put it up to -4 decibels on the mixer. But anywho, back to what I was saying. I actually was in the Hey, it's Morphe. Welcome. How you doing today? I was just giving a little bit of brief history. I just got home. How is everyone? I'm doing pretty good. We're watching the ReviewTechUSA documentary by June the King. And we just got into the section of the PlayStation Network hacking, and I am getting into the brief history about it. I used to be heavy into the PlayStation 3 online gaming, like COD and all that stuff. But then when the hacking went down, I think I went straight to Xbox 360 afterwards. Yeah, I did go to the Xbox 360. I got that for Christmas from my mom, and then I just stayed on Xbox the entire time. And then when my Xbox died, went straight back to PS3. But I still was all hardcore onto Xbox that day or that time. So it was it was rough. It was rough that year with the PlayStation hacking, or with the hack of the PlayStation Network.
Though he did not abandon the videos on the debate, as this was still one of the largest draws of his channel.
Xbox said, "You played too long on me." Okay. I switched to Xbox and still on Xbox. Friend is trying to get me on PlayStation. I mean, it's not. I would say PlayStation, like, I haven't touched a PlayStation console in a long time. I mean, I still have a PS4, but I haven't touched the PS4 in so long, and I don't have a PS5 because I'm more predominantly on PC. So it's. I mean, I also have the Xbox Series S. So one of the newer consoles, but I don't touch that thing. So I wasted $300 on that on a console. But at the same time, I could play all of the older Xbox 360 games on the Series S, which is what I would normally do anyways. But yeah. Let's just get back to the video.
These were alongside clickbait videos that were presented outwardly as his research, to then be revealed that Rich was reading from a singular article.
Is PC better? Do you like it? I can give a full video about why the PC is better, and I am planning on talking about PC versus console. And I will say in a nutshell, the PC is better than what you would get with the consoles, because with the PC, you can use any controller that you want. Like, if you are more preferred onto the PlayStation 4 or the PS5 controller or the Xbox controller, you could definitely do that. Or you can connect any controller that you want. Like, I could connect my N64 controller onto the PC because it's connected through Bluetooth. I could easily do that. The PC has a much wider array of games that you would get because of the backwards compatibility and also emulation, which is way better than what you would get with any consoles, because a lot of the time, and online gaming is free. You don't need to pay for a shitty service. Like, with the console online market, like with their subscription services, I find them to be way too much for online gaming. Like, I think the most expensive one for PlayStation is like 100 Canadian bucks or 100 Canadian dollars for a year, which, no thank you. So not stuck in a proprietary equipment again. Yeah, exactly. You're not stuck on proprietary hardware. And plus with the PC, what's great is that you can upgrade the PC without having to buy a whole new console as well. So if I wanted to, I could switch my graphics card to a much higher end graphics card of the generation. I could switch my RAM to 64 gigs of RAM because I have 32 gigs of RAM. I could do that whenever I want. But at the same time, the PC can be expensive, but after you spend all that money on the PC, your loss is your gain on the PC, because there's so many uses that you can have with the PC compared to what you would get with a console. So that's the reason why I prefer the PC a little bit more, because of all of those main reasons. And I've put so much time into building my PC that it's really got me into the passion of wanting to build computers for a living. So long-term games as opposed to having to be forced near annually update consoles. Yeah, exactly, Kim. Exactly that whole point. So I'd say if you have the option and if you also are wanting to save some money, I would definitely consider wanting to get or consider going to the PC, because a lot of first party games are also even coming onto the PC as well. Like a lot of Sony games have already been ported onto the PC, and Xbox games are also on the PC as well. But problem is the 360 games are still, you still need the console in order to play 360 games. So that's kind of a bummer there. So hopefully if Game Pass on PC were to get better and allow you to play 360 games, then I probably would go back to Game Pass. But as of now, I just don't touch Game Pass anymore. Anywho, back to the video. Back to the beginnings of ReviewTechUSA, or to the documentary. After going on to this really long tangent. Sorry about that.
While interjecting some of his opinions. His channel covered a wide range of topics, now even adapting the commentary tropes of the time, like commentary over footage of an unrelated game. Because of the undistilled nature of this channel, his views were hardly consistent. Most videos hovered around 5,000, but some reached hundreds of thousands of views. With Rich increasing his output to now nearly a video a day in late 2012, his views were slowly but surely starting to pick up. Being that he did a face reveal that same year meant that in 2013 he did not shy away from creating vlogs. But Rich was unsatisfied with the equipment he was using. The camera specifically was not HD and had a very low frame rate, and if he did make more vlog-style videos, he could negate the possibility of copyright claims that came from using gameplay footage. What Rich wanted was a new high-definition camera. This is what inspired the video, I Need Your Help.
This has to be without a doubt the most bullshit kind of e-begging tactic right here from ReviewTechUSA. Oh no, it's fine. You have some great info, at least for me. Well, thank you. I'm glad to have spread the info to you, Melanin, and hopefully maybe seeing if you will upgrade, maybe want to go to PC. But if you still want to stay on console, then that's fine. Like, I ain't judging anyone. But anywho, this whole video right here with I Need Your Help from Review Tech, it's such a bullshit video. Like, you'll see what it means, what's going on.
Which has long since been removed from his channel, but archived third-party compilations that demonstrate how catastrophic not so much this video was, but the endless responses and poor handling of what should have been a simple situation.
Yeah.
I just gotta ask with Review Tech, what does he think about, like, why do you think deleting videos is a good idea? Because somebody on YouTube or anywhere on the internet is going to archive a video. Like, it's not going to be like completely wiped away from history. I'm pretty sure some of my older videos back in 2016 might have been archived, but I highly doubt it. But at the same time, like, there's the Wayback Machine for a reason.
Yes, I know I'm going to be called an e-beggar no matter what I say. But I'm doing this with a twist that no one else has done, because I don't just want your friggin' money. I really don't. I honestly don't. What do I need? I need a camcorder for the show, straight up. Using gameplay footage, I'm constantly dealing with getting copyright claims on my videos.
Rich goes on to explain how he would avoid the title e-beggar by donating the $500, which is the amount he was seeking for.
500? $500 for a camera? What kind of camera was he trying to shoot for? For $500? What? What the hell was he buying back? I don't know. This right here is the camera that he bought. I was about to ask that. This is the camera that he bought. This is the he bought a Sony camcorder back in the day. But $500 for a camera? This was like what, 2011, 2013 when he was eBagging for $500? He could have like the amount of that the camera that I heard was like $130, $170 US. Couldn't he just not have bought that with his own money instead of just like begging his audience? What the fuck, man? I don't get that logic at all. That camera better be made too for $500. It better be like, I don't think 4K was a major thing back in 2011, 2013. I think 1080p was still the high standard, and 4K was not really the big thing. But what the fuck, man? That camera better be like the most expensive Panasonic camera, or the more expensive Canon cameras, or it might be a cheap or it better be a cheap DSLR camera for $500. that would probably make sense, but this camcorder, no, chief.
For the camcorder, a year after he receives the funds to a charity of his audience choice. What's more, if the donation goal is exceeded, he will refund any of that excess money. This is overly complicated. Even for 2013 YouTube, that was...
Yeah, this was 2013, but oh, for fuck's sakes, man. Like, why the fuck does Rich need, like, $500? And then he donates the rest of it to charity. Cool, that's fine. But at the same time, you don't need $500 fucking dollars for a fucking camcorder back in 2013.
Was less accepting of creators petitioning for money or earning it through sponsorships. The depths that Rich was going to just avoid being called an e-beggar, something only the smallest sections of his audience would even care about, exposed that as an insecurity and point that he could easily be pressured by, easily trolled from.
The only people that pissed me off, even though I expected...
He bought it from Boogie298. Fucking true, but not even Boogie back in 2013 was a piece of shit back in the day. He was still considered the friendly, obese dude on YouTube. Rich was worse. Like, what the fuck, man?
It is when people said they donated, and I would see like the same small group of trolls like going around and attacking people.
It did not take long for Rich to get that money via donations. He even bought a cheaper camera that was about $140 less than that.
$140 less? What the amount? He bought that for like $300 something dollars? I thought it was cheaper than that.
Expected, but he made the mistake of addressing the trolls and the BBC.
So I went out and bought a new tool. A Sony HDR 260V. And let me tell you right now, it is a phenomenal camera. And I bought this with my own money. How about that?
That was the Blockbuster critic.
Blockbuster
While he did not
critic,
mention
maybe.
Rich or ReviewTechUSA by name, he did expose the criticisms that he knew bothered Rich. This was bait, and Rich readily took it.
Rich, oh my god, like, how the fuck do you take a bait from Blockbuster critic? Like, the dude was being critical over you begging people for money for a fucking camera. Like, I don't... It's so fucking... It's so fucking, like... Oh, my brain just hurts just thinking of that. Like...
It's your old buddy Rich from ReviewTechUSA, or ReviewBegUSA.
ReviewBegUSA.
Colorful things to say about me. Let's just do it the good old-fashioned way and debate it live on Skype and see how it goes. The offer's on the table, buddy. Hopefully you accept.
Not only did Rich flub this situation by taking the bait, he also challenged the BBC to a debate, which the BBC readily accepted.
Oh my god!
A lot of people. But this one particular person personally came to my video and was talking trash. And if you want to come out and Skype me and debate like you say you do, and I know plenty of things, plenty of questions to ask you, which you're gonna goof up on. Just like in our last debate, how I led you by the hand like a child encountering your own points, that's what's gonna happen again.
This debate did not come as Rich failed to show, but
What a fucking pussy, man. Like, you challenge Blockbuster Critic to a debate. You don't show up for it. That makes you a grade A fucking pussy. Like, come the fuck on, Rich. Like, am I not crazy thinking that? You challenge someone to a debate. Then you back out. Does that not make you a pussy? Like, come on. Come on. Fucking hell.
he did release a video showing that he did purchase the camcorder and did not pocket the donations. While the BBC continued to respond, what was more important was that Rich's responses and continually addressing this drama.
No, he's a grade A coward. Thank you. Like, Rich was the one who instigated the debate. God, I sound like Andy Worski stuttering there. But anywho, he challenged Blockbuster Critic to a debate. He backs out of the debate after Blockbuster agreed to do it. That makes him that makes him a pussy. Dude, Rich, what are you doing? Jesus Christ.
Drama was inviting more and more trolls that Rich was responding to.
Huntmaster Flex, everyone out there who's deeply concerned about what I'm doing, you need to, don't go into the whole thing, oh, I'm trolling, I'm just mind messing with you. You personally messaged me, told me to calm down. It's flattering, bro, it really is. I'm glad, just make a video once in a while proving that you have a life and put a woman in your thumbnail and we'll all be impressed by what you do.
Rule number 1 on the internet. Do not instigate with the trolls of the internet. That would make your life that would make everything that you do on the internet worse for you. Rule number 1 of the internet. Don't fuck with the farms, don't fuck with the trolls.
Even the videos
ReviewTechUSA
showing the
broke those
receipts for the
rules.
donations were directed towards his trolls rather than his supporters.
All I can say is, I'll never do it again. I mean, I hope this proves now that I wasn't trying to, scam anybody or do anything under the table or be unethical. And for
that rule is like rule 1 of Fight Club. You got that right? Thank you. It's so fucking true. Like, you don't fuck with the trolls, you don't fuck with the farms. So if you talk about the trolls and you fuck with the and you talk about Kiwi Farms or anything of the such, of course you're going to invite trolls and other people who are critical of you to come after you. Like, and this dude was in his 30s back in 2013. Or late 20s to early 30s. So Rich should have understood that. Because he's older. Like, he's fucking older than me. For God's sakes. By like 13 years. Dude should understand that. He was asking for it. Yeah, he was asking for it.
everyone out there who's going to go into the whole thing now that I was just looking to get a tax break on my taxes, do you really think I would? I didn't even think of that until after people said it. Do you really think I would have went through all this crap to save 30 or 40 bucks over a year from now?
This is just my own personal opinion, but I think it was a little bit of a tax break. ASMR over. I'm just kidding, but I could not speak to Rich about that. Like, for fuck's sakes, man. Just, you did not read the memo. Oh wait, that required reading.
It turned out that Rich owning this new camcorder and all the turmoil that Rich invited was for naught.
I like the gameplay footage better. It's more laid back, don't like 9.
And he goes back to doing gameplay instead of just having his using his new camcorder. So he bought the camcorder, doesn't use it that often, goes straight back to gameplay. So in other words, he scammed his audience. like, imagine if I were to do that. Imagine if I were to beg you guys for money for a new camera, and I buy that camera, use it once or twice for a couple of videos, then go straight back to gameplay for all of my commentary videos. You would probably be upset about that if I were to do that. You would say that I'm scamming everyone, which I am.
90% of people in the comment section were like, yeah, just, keep it gameplay footage and, use the camera for other things with ReviewTechUSA. I'm like, oh, okay.
This information came from a video where Rich announced that YouTube was now his full-time job. Though it grew steadily for the past 3 years, it was not until now that his YouTube channel was outperforming his job in terms of pay. And with all his time placed in his channel, the results were immediate. Month after month, his views kept doubling as his output of videos increased like never before. Everything increased. His revenue, his views, and the trolls that increasingly targeted Rich.
Okay, real quick, below is my real ReviewTechUSA Twitter account. I don't even really like Twitter, but what I found out in my YouTube comment section is someone made a fake ReviewTechUSA account and was going around saying very, very colorful things on Twitter.
That was only a minute-long video addressing a fake Twitter account, but rants about his trolls kept seeping into videos that hardly needed to involve them.
You're the smartest person on the planet. Doesn't matter how well spoken you are, anything, you are going to deal with trolling, and it is.
Well, if you're going to be dealing with trolling, why the fuck are you mentioning that you're dealing with trolls, Rich? Like, do you not understand that even if you say that, do not, like, for fuck's sakes, Rich, like, I can never understand that logic there. Somebody tells you that, oh, don't mention the trolls, but then you of all people start talking about trolling, or talking about the trolls that you garnered. Okay?
Is going to get to you.
That was from his 100,000 subscriber thank you video. Discussion of trolls takes up about 1/3 of it. And the
fucking hell, Rich.
Rich states that no one is infallible when it comes to trolling. Only 2 minutes later, he states that he is.
The why trolls don't get to me because I know exactly what their motivation is, and they're pathetic people.
The story Rich is telling is one of a troll that was going through hardship and was taking their frustration out on Rich. From this, he deduces trolls are pathetic, unwittingly inviting their company and encouraging their existence.
Something constructive instead of...
Now, I can understand that, yeah, there are some trolls that are absolutely pathetic, but there are some that actually do give off genuine criticism towards one another. I mean, yeah, sure, some of their methods could be dickish, but at the same time, like, when you're dealing with trolls who are critical of you, they're the ones that you need to pay attention to the most.
You know, hanging out with your wife or girlfriend or family, or you just going out and doing something else, you think it's a better idea to go on the internet to try to aggravate or piss off or insult someone else.
Says a motherfucker who doesn't have a girlfriend or a wife and can't get laid. Like, okay.
That's the lamest excuse I've ever heard. That's the most pathetic thing I've ever heard.
Not everyone that increases their output of content sees increases in adverse effects. But that was exactly what was going on with ReviewTechUSA still. More strong opinions, news stories that were not as accurate as they should have been, more reasons to dislike him.
Now, I will say the...
Oh, now we're getting to the Newegg stuff. So, I've seen the Newegg video on Kino Casino. This gameplay fucking sucks, for one. Like, you'll see it in the comments. And two, the reasoning that Rich sends back the product that he did is bullshit. Like, oh my god.
The issue I'm about to talk about was resolved, but it was after I screamed like a lunatic and was raging. And
So he went full Karen mode.
Shouldn't have been this way. I was not happy with the customer service I received, and that's why I'm making this video, and I gotta call him out on it.
This was the start of a series of videos that showcased how Rich was at the center of his problems, molding minor inconveniences into
Newegg lost a customer. I don't think Newegg would fucking care, really. Like, Newegg is a multi-million-dollar company. Let's be for real. They're not on the same level as Amazon, but still, they could give zero fucks whether or not if they lose a customer or not.
into something larger, then directing them to his general audience who would typically diagnose Rich as the issue. In this video, Rich discusses an issue with the return of his graphics card, the GTX 770, to the vendor Newegg. Not because there was anything wrong with it, but because he wanted a different card. A slight upgrade, which was the GTX 780.
I have purposely lost customers because sometimes they cost me more in payroll than commission. Jesus. But here's the reasoning here that makes this whole video just so fucking bad. So he originally had the GTX 770, but he wanted to upgrade to the GTX 780. Problem is, with the 780, the difference between the 780 and the 770 is minute. I made that statement. Newegg may have been happy he went away. Thank you. But, like, there's a distinct minute difference between the 780 and the 770. Like, there was no point in getting a card upgrade. Like, for example, if I were to upgrade my GPU right now to what, a 3060 Ti? Or not a 3060 Ti, a 4060 Ti. That difference may be small compared to what you would get. I'm just assuming. But, like, that just, oh man, that boggles my mind. To swap from a 770 to a 780 when you see the benchmarks, they're a little bit different. They're not they're not significantly different. They're just tiny differences.
This is an extremely minor upgrade. Regardless, Rich went through with it and sent the card back, including a voucher for Arkham Origins. This, Rich details, was taped to the outside of the card box.
What idiot would do that? Like, come on. If you were sending back a voucher for a game, you would stick it in the box. You don't stick it on the outside, because that gives the voucher or any code that you have brain work. Brain work. It gives the code or the voucher an opportunity to get ripped or lost in shipping. Authorization to use it. Wouldn't somebody take it? Exactly. Somebody would take it. And if that code and if that voucher is gone and you're sending it back to the vendor, which they require you to have the code in order to get a full refund, you won't get your refund, which is what happened with ReviewTech.
Not the shipping box. Being that it was still outside, there is a possibility that it was lost when unpackaged at Newegg. For this
And June says it.
reason, Rich's refund was initially voided.
Good. That's the sensible logic that Newegg would do. Like, if they require you to have that voucher, you would instantly have your refund voided. Because you're required to have it.
As soon as she said she was returning the item to me, I saw red. Okay, this is a $450 friggin' card that's being bounced all over the country, and I lost it. I started screaming, "This is fucking bullshit."
And it also comes under the assumption that or it is or has been used. Yeah. Yeah, and I highly think that Rich did use the code. So okay.
Are you fucking kidding me? I've been a customer with Newegg for years and
When I've been a customer to Newegg for years. They don't fucking care about you, Rich. They care about making money. It's the same thing if I were like, imagine if I were to argue about Amazon but again, anybody else could have pirated it since it was easy access. But back to my analogy. Imagine if I started to complain to Amazon about a product that I bought from them, being like, "What the fuck? I've been an Amazon customer for years. I shouldn't have been treated this way," and blah 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 blah. Amazon doesn't fucking care. Jeff Bezos doesn't fucking care. They're a multi-billion-dollar company. What do you fucking do if they lose a customer? They have millions of other customers.
and this is I'm getting an item returned over a piece of paper. What I thought everything was, what UPC code are you talking about? This is absolute bullshit. I can't believe I'm being treated like this. And the thing the whole time, she's like, listen, sir, I'm sorry. Listen, sir, I'm sorry. Listen, sir, I understand why you're upset, sir.
And the fact that he even started to scream and yell at this innocent worker behind the phone instead of a supervisor makes him even worse. Because, look, I work retail. I get yelled at by Karens and other people that think that it's unfair, that I can't do anything for them. And I'm a supervisor myself, but it's like, what do you want me to do? I can't just do what you want all willy-nilly. You know? What do you want me to do about that? And it's the same thing if they yell at a cashier. They can't do anything about it. They can't do anything about the situation that they're going through. They need management to help them with that. Like, ugh. And the fact that their tone changes every single time whenever they go to a manager or anything of the such. 15 years of customer service, I used to get yelled at for a mistake on their part. Koopa, you did not learn how to walk on water. What kind of supervisor are you? I don't know what to tell you. I ain't no Jesus Christ. I ain't no Chris Angel mind freak. I don't know what you want me to do. I can't be an illusionist all by day. Oh, that's funny. That's a good one. I'm gonna have to use that now in my everyday life. Whenever somebody starts complaining about that, I'm gonna have to pop that up, being like, "What do you mean? What do you want me to do? I ain't Chris Angel mind freak. I'm disappointed. I have high standards of you." Oh, that's too funny. Oh, fuck.
While I'm screaming, which also irritated me, I'm like, stop talking over me.
Stop talking over me. What a fucking Karen attitude there. Stop fucking talking over me. What do you want them to do? Like, oh my God, Rich.
Goes on to say he did not regret his outburst, and he did get that refund. And
Oh, Newegg, that was a big L right there. You should have just said no.
even though he got his way in the end, he still believes Newegg is majorly at fault.
No, Rich. No. Newegg is not the problem that you're a fucking dumbass and you taped a voucher in front of a box. Like, they have their reasons. And they have policies that they have to follow to void a refund. Sorry that you're just too retarded. Sorry, I know somebody will get upset about that, but I'm sorry that you're just too stupid or retarded to understand that. Cheers. Hello, White Tupac. Welcome back again. I know you were here at the beginning, but welcome back. Oh. Wish I had I wish I had some alcohol with me to cope with that. Retarded means slow. Still aptly used in the right area. Yeah. But still. Rich is too fucking stupid to understand that. Oh my god.
The bottom line is that is not a way to treat a customer.
While Newegg did incorrectly void the return, it was Rich's demeanor and rage at a service employee that was not responsible for the mishap that displeased his audience. Additionally, this was seen as boasting, with Rich likely seeing himself as someone who was stalwart in the refund he deserved rather than tearing down an employee who was restricted from making an equally furious retort, therefore defenseless. The top comment of this video reads, quote, "Don't lose it with frontline personnel. It's not their fault. They get paid a shitty wage to protect their supervisors and managers from the public."
Oh, yeah. See, this comment actually makes a whole lot of sense. This comment from 9 years ago made sense with Rich. Like, it's not the frontline personnel's fault. We get paid shitty wages. Like, what do you want us to do? I mean, I get paid a shitty wage, and I'm a supervisor. Fuck, man. Like, ugh.
Rip into supervisors and managers by all means. That's different. Unquote.
I would have just ripped into the company, to be honest. Like, I wouldn't rip in front of the frontline personnel. Like, I wouldn't do that.
The majority of comments echo this sentiment, while others comment about the chaotic harvesting of dirt in the Minecraft footage being played.
Rich, did you have a stroke while playing Minecraft? That gameplay, like, I've seen the video. That gameplay was so fucking bad. Like, all he did was just ramp up his sensitivity on his mouse by the look of it, and just wiggled his like, I wish I had my cursor on for this, but he just whips his mouse around while digging up dirt. And he's like, "Yep, that's good enough. That's good enough gameplay footage." You could have just gone down into the mines and started mining. You're playing Minecraft, for fuck's sakes. Or you could have built a dirt shack. You could have done that and started hunting for animals. Not go into a seizure-inducing fucking seizure-inducing gameplay of you playing Minecraft. Ooh, man, like, if I wouldn't do that. It's like, for fuck's sakes, dude.
Likely because his brother was responsible for recording the footage.
His brother is responsible? Okay.
Rich then posted one of the longer negative responses he got onto his Facebook. Not once, but twice.
Alright, so I guess I'm going to jail, guys. Someone wrote this message to me regarding my Newegg video. But there is no need to lose your shit on a Newegg rep, then boast about it on YouTube. I have saved this video and sent it to your local authorities as evidence of verbal assault and battery as an anonymous tip? Okay. I hope you enjoy your assault charge. You fucking deserve it. I hope you end up in jail or being charged a $2,000 fine. It is a federal offense to lose your shit over the telephone on somebody. It teeters on being a felony, and I am not kidding. It is assault, battery, and misconduct, and terrorism under federal law. You should have kept the shit to yourself, man. But to boast it in an open forum about it is a legally binding self-admittance to fault. I hope you enjoy your time in a federal lockup, you douchebag. You do not lose your shit on a woman who has nothing to do with anything. If your shit has not handled in a fashion, you could always speak to a floor supervisor and reserve it in a polite manner. Fuck you, douchebag. Oh, man. Man, this guy just went on about it. I am not even trolling you. I saved this, I burned it as a DVD and submitted this unedited to the state police here in New York. What? technically, FCC guidelines state if you curse and participating party is not it's not in agreement with your profanity, it is a finable offense. Damn, I did not know that. I mean, I wouldn't know what the United States law is like, but I'm pretty sure, you know, it applies everywhere. But I don't live in the US, so that's a surprise. But that actually is surprising to me. So, here is ReviewTech's response. My response to the guy who wants me locked up. Hopefully just trolling. He can't be that stupid. Well, I guess I'm going to jail, but there are a couple of flaws to your case, genius. 1. A physical threat has to be made for it to be considered terrorism. Complaining about customer service and swearing is not considered a threat or terrorism? Really? I mean, it depends if it is a state or federal law. Diary, welcome. USA customer service people can issue that as a caveat to customers. I warn, I am not in agreement with your profanity and reserve the right to disconnect the call. And the fact that they didn't even disconnect the call to ReviewTech says a lot. It says a lot about their patience with a Karen like ReviewTechUSA. The complaint would not have been filed by Newegg themselves, not by a random tool on the internet. Stay stupid, Rich. Man. Just again, instigating with the trolls. Especially somebody who is critical. Enjoy your time in a plexiglass bubble for 2 to 5. Jesus. Yep, and we wouldn't get points taken off our call either. Fuck, man. Ugh. Dude, that actually... that is so surprising. I did not actually know that. You know? You learn something new every day about this shit. But Rich, like... oof. I'm amazed that he hasn't... that he didn't get disconnected from Newegg right off the bat from from the phone call that he had with them. The poor woman is probably a mom, being able to deal with a guy like this patiently. I've even say this with everybody who's in frontline retail, especially with e-tailers as well. You gotta have to have the best patience in the world to deal with a Karen. I used to train insurance customer service reps and tell them you don't have to accept the profanity, just log why the call was disconnected by you. It even applies to retail. Like if somebody were to scream and yell at you for unknown reasons, like if they start using profanity or anything of the such, we do have the right to ban them or kick them out of the store, and we also have the right to agree to. And we have to disclose why we're kicking them out. Like, for example, a couple of years ago, I had a customer come up to my till when I was working at the store. And they were looking to buy some cologne. Now, the problem is this cologne was closed, and the customer asked me, can I open it to let them smell it? The rules of the store our store policy is that we cannot open a product unless if you buy it. And this would apply with cologne, but the difference is that we can open a product if you're in cosmetics. So if you're in cosmetics, you're allowed to open it and get a sample. But because you're at a till, we don't have the right to do that. Or cashiers don't have the right to do that. You have to buy the product in order to test it or see if it works. But this dude ended up just being so rude to me. He just started yelling at me and started screaming at me. So I looked at him deadpan and told him, get out. I kicked him out because he was being so just being so rude to me. I mean, at first when he came up to the till, he was already rude to me, but I had the patience to really deal with it. But the dude ended up just being super rude to me regardless. So he started yelling at me and started saying that he's going to report me, or in other words, in the end, he called me fat. I mean, I'm not a good looking dude myself. Like, I'm not a good looking dude or the fittest dude ever, but this dude looks like he has some good old 50, 60 pounds ahead of me. I get stress-induced health issues when I'm under prolonged stress because of my last job. Blood pressure / heart rate goes up, then TMJ symptoms, and finally heart palpitations. Jesus, palpitations. If I can't calm down. Jesus. Wow. But, I mean, I deal with this shit all the time. Sometimes I do get stressed out from it. You know, but but that, holy, that's wild. But yeah, no, this dude had like a good old few pounds ahead of me. And you know, he left afterwards. And then I think in the end, I'm the person who you give the troubling call to, which supervisors also have passed their own calls to me because the person is being extra. I get that all the time. Like, sometimes a customer is being really, really harsh to me or being extra rude to me. They always pass the call to me, or they tell me there's a person on the phone. Can you deal with them? And in my head, I'm just like, oh, I don't want to, but fine. So a perfect example of this is in the post office, there was a customer that called, and she was asking about her mail that got didn't get sent to the location that she sent it to. So I didn't know what to say to them because I don't work in post office. So I just told them that you're gonna have to call the Canada Post customer service hotline. But when she was talking with the clerk about that, she was outrageously rude to them. But when she was talking with me, completely different story. Because they know that if somebody was actually in high of power, that they would immediately agree with them, but sometimes they don't. Like, I actually enjoy them. I get to tell them why their thinking may be flawed or agree that they were right, and it will get fixed. I mean, that's the whole perk of the job, or the sad part of the job. I've gotten called so many N-words and such. Jesus! My patience is already gone, and I'll just put them on hold for some time. I've never been called actually, no. I have been called the F-slur once. A long time ago. By a very, very pissed off Karen, because she was opening cosmetic stuff and making a mess in it. I was at that job for about 3 years. I was taking all the shifts I could, got trained to work the self-checkouts / overnights, and as a backup supervisor. Didn't get a raise for the extra responsibility. Fuck. I mean, that I didn't get that much of a raise either when I got supervisor, when I became a supervisor. So, shit. I guess retail life for supervisors, it's just bad. Don't do it. Oh, man. All right. Enough with the stories. We get the whole customer service thing. I mean, this was a very personal thing to me because I work in customer service or in retail, so I completely hate people like ReviewTechUSA who goes off on that or on an employee like that and still cannot walk on water. Yeesh, no raise and no water walking. I know, right? I'm such an irredeemable piece of shit. I'm such an irredeemable supervisor. Just fucking fire me already. Ugh. Anywho, now that that's out of the way, let's get back to this ReviewTechUSA video.
This was only one of the videos that was poorly received in October of 2013. The second was titled PS4/Xbox One Launch Disaster Imminent.
Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot about this one. Like, this one's absolutely bullshit too. Like, the launch disaster of the PS4 and the Xbox One. This one is so bullshit.
Please share.
I got all of this information from very, very reliable sources.
Remember, it's very reliable sources.
Okay? Yeah, I'm just going to call them little birds. I can't even give you their gender, because if you found out any information about them, or if a big company found out any information, they would be screwed and blacklisted, and I would be screwed along with them.
Rich plays into how high profile his source is, and then breaks down all that he was told.
Well, I have some bad news for all the guys who were hating on the Xbox One, but it's going to be 720p on both the PS4 and Xbox One. So
it's going to be 720p on both the PS4 and Xbox One, when in actuality that was not the truth. And I remembered the video. To be fair, most Xbox launches went tits up instantly. Yeah, they did. But after years, they've gotten significantly better. I mean, yeah, the Xbox 360 launch, shit. The Red Ring of Death, biggest meme on the internet. Xbox One launch, horrible because of how they marketed themselves. But in the end, the Xbox products came back up afterwards, after PlayStation fumbles over everything.
what are my thoughts on all this information? Well, I hope the sources that I have are wrong.
Well, I hope the sources that I have are wrong.
There were a few speculations in that video that were on the wilder side. Luckily, Rich got his wish granted. A user sent Rich's video to Shuei Yoshida on Twitter, then the unexpected happened. Yoshida, the president of Sony, responded with 2 words directed at Rich. So stupid.
I love it how the president of Sony actually called Rich stupid because of the video. And there was one point in the video where Rich talked about the network, like PlayStation Network and Xbox Live, being gimped because of the resolutions, and it's like, network has nothing to do with the resolutions, Rich. It has to do with the internet, dummy. It is beautiful. I mean, I even call him stupid because Rich is, if you look at some of the videos that Rich has done, he's completely tech illiterate. Like, I call, or in other words, in my beautiful language, tech-tarded. He has no knowledge of anything tech-related. Like, his opinions, they're just that. They're opinions. But that doesn't mean that he's a genius in his field. That means jack shit.
Besides being humiliated by the president of Sony,
oh, oxymoronic on ReviewTechUSA being nothing technical. No, he's not technical in the slightest. Like, you'll see.
Nothing much happened. Rich did warn of the possibility that the information may not be 100%, and his continued success overshadowed whatever negative attention he got.
Oh.
It took only 6 months after this for him to hit 200,000 subscribers. And like his 100,000 sub video, when discussing his channel, Rich talks quite a bit about trolls and drama.
Rich, you should have learned this in 100,000 subscribers. You've talked about the trolls once. You don't need to do it again.
This time the discussion took up about half of the video.
The fact that it took half of the video, like, Rich, you've been on YouTube way longer than I have. You've made videos way longer than me. And this current channel. You should fucking know this already. Like, Jesus Christ.
Don't let the drama get to you, because
You let the drama get to you, evidenced by the recent shit that's been going on, and later on in this whole documentary.
once you go down that path of getting defensive and making videos defending your honor, quote unquote, you're down that slippery slope, and sometimes you can't get back up from it.
To direct entertainment in a way that reflects what the audience wants to see rather than to vindicate the creator is sage advice.
Don't make your personal problems become part of your channel.
That's foreshadowing, but okay.
You can't, man. You gotta keep your personal problems off. And if you're having problems that you just don't feel like making a fucking video, don't make a video.
This is the safest route to content creation, but has Rich had the willpower or stability to follow through?
I took down the Patreon account.
Oh, his Patreon saga. Like, his Patreon saga is like one of the shittiest things ever. Like, Rich has been back then he created a Patreon, took it down immediately, and then years later creates another Patreon. Rich from ReviewTechUSA here. I am not far nor addicted to I'm not fat nor addicted to drugs. Chad AV, what's going on? Jesus Christ. But no, like, his whole Patreon saga is just so fucking stupid, and I just noticed this. He got the title of the game wrong. He's not playing Rise, Son of Rome. He's playing Borderlands. How do you fuck that up? Like, how does someone fuck up like that?
And many of you are going to wonder why. Some of you think I was trying to sweep it under the rug, which is another reason why
I only started watching Rich back in like 2015 or so. I liked him back. I did too. Like, I watched ReviewTechUSA like 2016, 2017. I liked some of his videos, and like the fact now that his recent shit that's been going on right now, and the fact that he's just not willing to take anything that he over the years, like, makes me glad that I unsubbed from him and made my video to begin with.
I wanted to make this video because this video is staying up, and people will know that I had a Patreon campaign posted temporarily.
It makes no sense that you would take it down. Patreon only live stream started in April. I thought he was really cool when he started losing a lot of weight and giving advice to not feed the trolls. But then out of nowhere, he went down in a spiral. Like, Rich has been not talking about his about trolls for years. Like, earlier in the documentary, when Rich started peaking up in subscribers and views, every subscriber milestone he talked about the trolls. He would engage with the trolls all the time, Chad. And I'll even say this, like, a long time ago, when I think this was back when he started live streaming, and when I built my first PC, I asked him for tech advice, which, talking about computers, because at the time, the PC that I had was like a Ryzen 5 2600X, RTX 2060, 16 gigs of RAM, and a few other things as well. But those are the main specs. I showed Rich, or I posted it in his chat about the PC specs, and he told me that, yeah, that's a pretty good balanced system. That actually made me feel happy, and that was like, okay, I did something good, because this was my first PC that I've ever built completely. And this was even long before I even knew about the various things that he got wrong in tech. And then I started watching other content creators who are way more knowledgeable in technology compared to ReviewTechUSA.
For a period, Rich had a Patreon active in 2014. Its purpose was to make his videos ad-free, but it vanished as quick as it went up.
The second reason, and this is honestly the straw that broke the camel's back, the second reason that I took down my Patreon account is these same people, advertisement videos, like say when I had an unboxing for Dollar Shave Club or Loot Crate, so on and so forth, were the same people who were also complaining about me doing the Patreon.
Why does that matter? Like, there are a ton of YouTubers who have a Patreon account, and they have advertisements like Dollar Shave Club and Raycon and all that. All of those advertisers don't give a fuck. Like, if you have a Patreon, cool. That's fine. You have a Patreon. They could care less. You're making money through their advertisements. They shouldn't care less about that. But then again, this is probably a long time ago, like 2015 and all that. But that shouldn't make any, that shouldn't really matter. The obese YouTuber that starts out as a good guy then becomes a perpetual victim while also trying to act tough as a character archetype at this point, lol. It is. It really is. Like, look at the case with Boogie2988. Like, Boogie is that perfect example of the obese good guy and then plays as the victim. When in reality, that makes him just the villain in the end. Or it makes him look like a lol cow in the end. But yeah, no, like, this shouldn't really matter if you have a Patreon. Yeah, it sucks because I really did like Boogie and Rich. I mean, I didn't watch Boogie back in the day. I watched mainly ReviewTechUSA. I knew of Boogie. I've seen some videos from him. But other than that, that was really it. I didn't really care much for Boogie. So I didn't feel as betrayed when Boogie's downfall really went on. It was more of ReviewTechUSA that I was really upset about. But Boogie's case is even worse. I mean, he did piss me off. Truthfully, if your mental health is not that stable in self-identity and self-assurance, social media is a potential toxic arena which people do not need to be on it. No, they shouldn't. Like, it's a perfect example with Boogie. Like, if he's suffering through all of these issues with mental health, he shouldn't be on the internet, period. He should fuck off completely from YouTube and Twitter. Jesus, my phone's going off. But yeah, other than that, like, that just rubs me the wrong way with advertisers and also with the mental health stuff, especially with Boogie2988 and ReviewTechUSA as well.
Campaign. I do a YouTube commentary channel where I comment on news and talk about my opinions and have a fucking blast doing it. And if that pisses you off, that either means one of two things. You're delusional or you're jealous. And if you
I'm not jealous that you have a huge amount of subs, dude. Like, I wouldn't care less about that.
You are jealous, you need to get out of the house more.
I need to get out of the house more. Rich, if you looked at yourself back then and you looked at yourself now, you're just a fat-ass bum who sits in his parents' basement eating edibles, getting high on streams, and not going outside, period. You're that perfect... You're that perfect segue into that. Jesus Christ.
This video was released only 6 months after his 200,000 subscriber video. It shows that the innocuous claims of e-begging still holds power over him. It also shows that, contrary to the new egg video, he is not.
If Koopa got out of the house more, he might be able to walk on water by now. That's a... Jesus.
not stalwart in his beliefs or what he does. This was a major criticism, as shown in the comments of the
Oh, Nathaniel Bandy is on there. I actually watched the guy. I like his videos. And he actually posted a comment. Never get involved with politics. What a flip-flop. It's so fucking true, too. It's so fucking true with what Nathaniel said. Like, if you're going to be on YouTube, never get involved with politics. And I've even said this with myself, too. Like, I would never, ever get myself in politics because the problem is with politics on YouTube is that it's such a fucking hard debate to win. And it's a lose-lose kind of game. Like, if you're talking about a belief that you're a part of, like whether if you're in the left or in the right, you're going to get so many people shitting on you. It's a lose-lose game. You're going to get the small minority of people on your side that like you, but that's the small side. The other majority of them are going to shit on you, which is Rich right here.
this video. Quote, "Please never get involved with politics. What a flip-flop. I am disappointed in you, Rich. I thought you were made of stronger stuff than this. Why take down your Patreon account? Because you're afraid of trolls? Newsflash, trolls will always exist."
Exactly a good point right there. Trolls will always exist, no matter what.
Unquote. On that same note, the following month, Rich released a similar video, a parody titled, "A ReviewTechUSA Hater Tries to Do Gaming News."
Yo, what's going on, man? My name is Steve, and I'm here to expose that fat fuck, that piece of shit, e-begging piece of shit, ReviewTechUSA, and expose him for the fucking bitch that he is.
I swear, if anybody were to do gaming news, they would probably be way better than what Rich is parodying them of. I'm just saying.
All right, so watch how easy it is to do news stories like that fat white Uncle Phil looking motherfucker does.
Fat white Uncle Phil looking motherfucker.
But watch how easy it is. So I have an article right in front of me. Okay, this.
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, Rich. Your haters or your trolls are not that fucking stupid. Give them some more credit than that.
Blizzard donates World of Warcraft pet sales to Ubulu.
In the comments, Rich claims this was a parody for a different YouTuber, being that Rich has shown himself to react poorly to his
Oh look, it's Mundane Matt. It's Matt Jarbo.
own trolls made this video seem in poor taste. The comments are either remarking Rich as brilliant or just childish for releasing this video. Quote, "You say that don't give trolls what they want or just ignore the haters, and then you make this? I like your videos, but this was just pathetic."
It's such a good point too, because every time whenever Rich talks about don't engage with the trolls, don't engage with the trolls, don't do this, don't do that, he does a full 180 and does that. Okay, double standard much there, Rich?
Unquote. This was on top of exposing the ease of reading articles as the center of his job.
I discuss politics when it's applicable, but I'm a woman, I live in the US, so I feel like I have to discuss certain topics. But I have usually read up on what I am discussing logically. And you should really. You should really read up on what you're going to discuss. But for me, whenever I talk about something political, it's always something that's just so what's going on in the world. But I refuse to talk about politics all the time because it's so fucking boring talking about politics. Ernie, if you keep saying don't engage the trolls, then stop engaging in the trolls as you are signaling you see in their comments, idiot. I would just straight up call him dummy, because Rich is far from idiot standard.
But in the parody, he was framing it as difficult. This was not a good look. It was only a few days later that Rich received 2 troll copyright strikes claiming that they owned the explosion Rich used in his intro. It was clear it was a troll because the channel that had reported him had clips of the BBC debating Rich.
The video is now gone because they got caught with their pants down. They probably deleted it right away, which, sad day for you, is that even when you delete a video, YouTube still has it in their database. So when this claim goes through, and this counterclaim goes through, they're going to look into that. They deleted the video though, so no one could see it.
As an additional response, Rich directs his viewers to his second channel, seen in the description. As Rich periodically addressed his trolls and gave them more power, they continued to grow and expand their list of tactics. In around 2015, they clung on to possibly the strangest campaign of trolling they'd ever use. One that's absurdness attracted those joining for the humor and the absurdity, and others that saw it as a true calling.
Hello, comrades. I would like to present the Big Cheese Anthem.
Oh.
I encourage you to keep hitting the channel and fighting for
The
Big
Cheesegate
Cheese.
He thought that he
situation.
could get away with taking
Or the Big
$200
Cheese
from Big
Crusaders.
Cheese.
This is Big Cheese reporting in. I want you guys to stop trolling, the guy that did me wrong.
I decided to do the decent thing. I made a change.org petition to have ReviewTechUSA's sponsor Hawk.
Stop messaging me saying to stop something that I had nothing to do with at all. I had nothing to do with it.
Come at me, because what I'm doing is 100% legal.
Damn.
This outcry against Rich, circa 2015, was because of a deal that went wrong between content creator Big Cheese and Rich. As Rich had begun taking sponsors for his videos, Big Cheese inquired about a spot for his channel. Their prior deal involved a laptop and things went smoothly. Continuing their dealings, Big Cheese then sent Rich a desktop. The deal was for 3 sponsor spots a week for what was assumed to be 6 months and an additional $200 payment made to Big Cheese in December 2014. There were issues with the computer's CD drive, but both parties were happy to continue the deal.
Today's video was brought to you by Big Cheese's YouTube channel. For gameplay reviews, gaming music, and vlogs, subscribe to Big Cheese VG. Link below in the description.
This was the only placement for Thanksgiving week. Already, Rich had failed the promise of 3 sponsors a week. That's when Big Cheese reached out, inquiring what happened. Rich states that the holiday has somehow affected his ability to add placements.
That's bullshit right there. Like, who cares if it's a holiday? Like, come the fuck on, dude. It was a holiday, so I wasn't able to add it. I'll do it the next video. That's such bullshit there. And it's such a shame that happened with Big Cheese right here.
Big Cheese shook it off and was pleased to find
Big mistake, dude. You shouldn't have shook it off.
That Rich was adhering to their deal to 3 sponsors the following week. But that was it. Even though the 10th of December had come, Rich was reluctant to deliver those $200, instead offering Big Cheese an additional 6 months of promotion. That, or he sends the PC back, which Big Cheese would have to pay the shipping for.
Oof? Like, what? I would give you another 6 months promotion, but not a payment. So, okay, you don't want to pay Big Cheese? Okay. Well, if it's an issue, I will pack up the PC and send you a shipping invoice. Honestly, oh my god. I agree to your terms. What is the issue that you could not pay me? Your terms of $200 and 3 ads a week for 6 months. That's all you had to do. You could, who cares if it's a fucking holiday?
Either way, Rich made it clear he was not getting the agreed upon $200, emphasizing that other companies.
I just don't see how I can justify paying you $200 plus give you months of promotion when I have other companies who will pay me thousands just for this month alone. Ooh. Man, like, the Big Cheese situation was just so stupid. Like, the fact that Rich doesn't want to pay Big Cheese $200, it's like, dude, it's $200 fucking dollars. You could have just paid him. You paid you paid $400 for a fucking graphics card. Dummy.
Companies would pay him thousands for the sponsorship spots and that it was not worth his time. The conversation then devolved alongside the deal. Big Cheese made the statement that Rich was going back on his word, which Rich refuted. As Big Cheese would find, attacks on Rich character was a sore spot.
But when
An agreement is agreement, for fuck's sake. Exactly. Rich agreed to give him 3 ad spots a week for 6 months and $200. The fact that he goes back on his word says a lot of Review Tech.
I said something about that financial crisis, when I tell you he flipped on me, he went ham. Cue it. First off, no financial crisis. Secondly, I don't give a shit to keep the machine at.
Actually, that is a cheap barter. Why was this difficult? You'll see. Regardless of what others would pay Review Tech, he made an agreement going back on that, plus the Skype. He's a coward. Wow, those GFX are bad. What the fuck?
Pay out money I don't need to. That's called being smart. You get back your product and there's no contract. You seem like a man who was broke and desperate since we are calling out people's financials, but sadly that's not my problem. So before I say something really nasty, bite your tongue. You get your computer and take virtually no financial loss except shipping. You know, the half-working computer you sent me. Don't get smart with me, boss, because I'm not in the mood. Let me know what you want to do.
It looks
After
like a
lengthy
blob.
back and forth with threats of litigation in the conversation,
I bet you Big Cheese played all this on console and not on PC. I mean, if this was Destiny 1, I would understand that. Because Destiny 1 never came out on the PC. I mean, a PC for $200 and an advertised 3 a week. Yeah. Advertisement 3 times a week for 6 months. Let me put people on something. I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a pushover. And if you try to screw me over business-wise, I will legally stomp on you and smile doing it. Just a word of advice. Okay. This is kind of the same logic that he would go with Jay. And going back on his word to paying Jay for that full month that he was contracted for. This is the same thing. The graphics could look like... Oh, sorry. The graphics could look like a crap if a bad monitor too, regardless of the PC hardware. But he played it on console though, if I'm not mistaken. If Big Cheese, because I don't think this was Destiny 2. Because Destiny 2 didn't come out until like, what, 2018? 2017? And the Big Cheese stuff came out in 2016, 2015. Correct me if I'm wrong about that.
Rich posted this on his public Facebook, but only Big Cheese at the time knew who it was directed at.
I'm a nice guy, but I'm not a pushover, and if you try to...
That doesn't even look like console. It looks like PC, but on super low. Ooh. Eesh. Okay. PC on console? Rich sounds like he would be using the crappiest, lowest connection cable. This wasn't Rich, though. The gameplay footage was from Big Cheese. This was not ReviewTechUSA.
Screw me over business-wise, I will legally stomp you and smile while doing it. Just a word of advice. Rich, bruh, you're playing the victim once again. You are a victim, an emotional victim.
This was all compiled in Big Cheese's video calling Rich out for going back on his word. Rich, rather than
Oh, that is different.
pay those $200 and diffuse the building tension, uploads his own video to counter Big Cheese.
So you get back anything, you lose no money minus shipping, and you get months upon months of free advertising.
Rich, you went back on your word to advertise Big Cheese. And then when you told him that you were going to send the hardware back, he was going to have to pay for shipping. Shut the fuck up, man. Like, shut the fuck up.
And you're trying to turn this into me being like a scandalous thief?
You are! Did you catch the Jay versus Rich thing that happened last night? I never knew Jay was such a little nerd. I didn't, because, like, I don't pay much attention to the ReviewTechUSA that stuff that much anymore. The only reason why, I mean, I did know that Jay crawled back to him. Like, and this is something that bugs me. Like, we're going to go on a side tangent right here. This is what really bugs me. Why the fuck would Jay go back to Review Tech? Like, that makes no apparent sense. It's like, what was Jay fucking thinking when going back to Review Tech USA? Jay, you were being fucked over by Rich for the longest time. He does need to grow a he needs to grow a fucking pair of balls and a fucking spine. I understand that, you know, Jay is a nice guy, but you have to be the asshole in this situation. Like, I'll tell you this, I'm a nice guy myself, but at times I have to be the asshole that says no to some things. And for Jay to just crawl back to somebody who gave him a PC with keyloggers that I'm just assuming Rich stole his money. This is just me assuming. I hope I don't get sued for slander from Review Tech about this, but that's just my assumption right there. Because for fuck's sakes, Jay, just fucking leave his fat ass already. Just leave his fat ass in a fucking ditch. God, like, it's no wonder why, you know, Jay has been losing views now. If you haven't noticed, he hasn't been gaining the same amount of views like he had when the whole thing. This is your opinion. This is your opinion based on observation and how you would see if it were you. Exactly. And everybody, and most people even see it that way too. Your illegal disclaimer. It is. Like, it just bothers me. You know? That bugs me to no end. Like, you have a guy who sent him a PC with keyloggers in it. So Rich would spy on him. And that PC was originally meant for Darkside Phil. So he instead sends it to Jay for editing. So he gave him the keyloggers. So Jay, like, dude.
God. Go to hell, dude. This is the last video I'll make on it. I don't care who else makes responses. I know people. I was going to keep this private like it should have been, but since you wanted to make it into a shit show, so be it. I'm sure this is going to be an e-drama thing that everyone's going to jump on the bandwagon with, but this is the only video I will make about it.
Without any encouragement from Big Cheese himself, this disagreement alone birthed the Big Cheese Crusaders. Random users that formed under this drama in order to go after Rich in whatever ways they could. Rich saw only a glimpse of the chaos to come and buckled under the pressure.
I paid Big Cheese.
As you should, Rich. You should have paid Big Cheese to begin with. Was that so fucking difficult? Was that so hard to pay him $200? That could just leave a small tiny dent in your bank account. God, man.
And I guess
if you had won that first time, the first time, excuse me, it would have spared you a lot of emotional angst. It would have. Then the Big Cheese Crusaders wouldn't have been a fucking thing.
I do owe him an apology.
As you should.
Even though I was willing to send back the product, I guess he was depending on the money that I was going to send him, and it kind of blindsided him.
Though the feud was
a projection to what would happen with Jay.
Ostensibly over, in reality it had shifted between fans and detractors of Rich, some still under the Big Cheese Crusaders. Whenever Rich would slip up in a video, they were certain to catalog it.
I actually truly feel that I owe Anita Sarkeesian an apology.
Like, this is just my big thing, because I knew of the whole I knew about Anita Sarkeesian back in the day. Like, why would you want to apologize to Anita? Like, I wouldn't understand that whole logic. Why would you want to apologize? I mean, this was back in the day when she had the whole swatting incident and the FBI got involved. I remember that. I remember those times because like, oh my god, I wouldn't want to apologize to Anita Sarkeesian. That's just me though.
Here's what I mean. Mr. Repzion, he's a pretty big channel on YouTube.
Videos like Rich's apology to the highly disliked Anita Sarkeesian over threats she was receiving, or just an ill-informed video about how DirectX 12 compatibility works.
This was also a big bullshit moment right there. Like,
Comments disparaging Rich would soon become the least of his worries, as he knew hell would overshadow them all. Around April of 2015, a channel going under ReviewTechUSA was persistent in the ruination of Rich, seeking to affect not only his reputation, but also cancel his convention showings and successfully scared away his sponsors. Though it looked like this person wasn't the only one interested in threatening Rich beyond what was typical.
This is when shit goes too far. I deal with trolling on a daily basis. I deal with nonsense on a daily basis. I've been DDoS attacked or denial of service attacked on Twitch, so on and so forth. But the message that you're seeing here, the still, is a message.
I'm coming to the show and I'm gonna shoot you in the fucking face with a precision shot from a sniper rifle in a building less than 700 yards from the building you'll be in. I've already got a layout of the floor plans of the building, and you'll... Okay, so... I remember the video about that, and Rich talking about the video. I believe this was a troll that sent him that message or that comment. Like, if someone sent me a message like that, I just ignore it and hope for the best. Rich is so stupid giving these guys attention. He is. And if I'm not mistaken, like, he even called the police. Like, I think when he made the video, and when he talked to the police about that, the police said, and when Rich said if it was okay to make the video about it, and then the police said, yeah, that's fine. The police wouldn't say, yeah, that's fine. No,
that I received on Facebook. When you threaten me is when shit gets real.
The purpose of this threat was to both scare Rich and cancel his convention showing. But as Rich draws on, a claim he makes about the advice given from law enforcement is not so believable.
So I actually asked the officer if I should make a video about what happened, and he said, yeah, it would be a good idea. It could give us more information and could help us get a lead quicker.
What brain-dead idiot cop would say that? Like, I don't think the police would ever want you to do that. No.
So I'm actually asking you guys for some help.
It was this line that had viewers questioning if Rich was lying. This sentiment was shared on Drama Alert that was reporting the story.
Now, Tech USA said that he went to the police and the police told him to make a video so people try to find this person. It seems like a little bit of a stretch. I'm not the only one that thinks it's a stretch. A lot of people have been uploading videos to YouTube claiming that this is just a hoax for exposure.
Whatever the case, Rich on his Facebook was firing back, claimed that the trolls that went after him will be made an example.
Bro's got a red globe. Does. I assure everyone that the trolls that went after me are gonna be made an example of. How? This shit is handled on the internet has to change, and I am gonna make that change happen. They know I have info and are scared. Oh, ooh, big talk from big scary Richie boy there. Dickers. The anonymity of the internet should not be a safe haven for harassment. Along with others, are going to work diligently to make sure rules, laws are put into place. Internet freedoms need to be protected, and I fought like hell for them. But the internet shouldn't be the Wild West. Okay. Making positive change on the web is one of my main goals this year. I hope you will support me. This sounds like a typical, like, cyber police talk right there. I am going to report you to the cyber police and the state police. It sounds a lot like that.
Of. Quote, how this shit is handled on the internet has to be changed, and I'm gonna make that change happen. They know I have info and are scared, and they should be. The anonymity of the internet should not be a safe haven for harassment. Unquote. Those seeking Rich's demise were confident, enough so that they came forward claiming that
fought like hell. When did you become a champion and face of the internet? Apparently, in his mind, since forever. So Lizard Squad wants to debate me with Keemstar tonight. I'm down, really.
That they were the ones that sent the threat.
We have Lizard Squad here today, and we also have ReviewTechUSA. Why did you guys make the death threat? Why did you get him kicked from this event? Don't you think that's going too far?
No, it wasn't going too far. It was actually our associate Daryl Boot who called up too many games and told them basically what would happen if he attended the event.
Whether it was from the infamous hacking group, Lizard Squad, Review Hell USA, or any other of Rich's trolls, his harassment only escalated as more users were coming out to attack him, which...
Debate, bad news. Because this is not a valid debate defense. It's not.
Rich continued to address.
Guys, pay attention to jackasses that post negative comments or expose videos. A lot of times, it's a fake account attempting to look real to play mind games with you. I have been just blocking these and deleting them, but I want to make an example of this one. Click the profile of the person posting, and you will see it's a brand new Facebook account, made to look real, so it can't be flagged down. From here on out, they will just be blocked and ignored. I suggest you do the same. They are looking for a reaction. I'm not gonna be stupid enough to give them one anymore. Bitch, you're doing that exact same thing. Like, even if you give a post like this, you're doing it. Shut the fuck up, Rich.
Little did they know, Rich was more than willing to sink to their level.
Okay, so the sponsor that came up to me fairly recently, and I'm excited as hell that we're working together, is called shadowsgovernment.com. These guys work with digital forensics, online psychological criminal profiling, and the one I'm going to be talking about the most, okay, is cyber criminal investigation.
Shadow's Government was a self-proclaimed white hat hacker. These are deemed ethical hackers who try to expose security vulnerabilities for the companies or individuals they serve or take contracts with. As much as anonymity is valued in this space, Todd Nicely, the person behind Shadow's Government, wasn't so anonymous.
Todd Nicely was arrested after impersonating a doctor at Somerset Community Hospital. But he says there's more to the story. Todd was a patient when he wondered just how secure the hospital is.
Imagine this, like, imagine you're a hacker and you want to hack a hospital for cybersecurity. That makes you the lowest piece of shit ever. Like, I don't care if you want to find out if a hospital is secure or not. Taking down a hospital for cybersecurity reasons makes you a piece of shit. Regardless. And Rich was advertising this.
Both physically and technically. He runs an online conglomerate of computer hackers from all over the world called Shadows.
As it was quickly found out,
he violates HIPAA. You get into federal. He does. And Todd Nicely ended up getting arrested for this.
Nicely also had several criminal convictions, mostly related to drug possession and driving, whether it be under the influence or with a revoked license. Rich had promoted a convicted criminal for reasons that soon became apparent when Shadow sent out a bounty. Quote, Shadow is putting out a bounty on their heads. Easy money. Announcement. $200 for docs on the following. Big Cheese Crusaders bullshit group. They usually go by Review Hell USA, Review Mussolini, or Review something or other. Unquote.
So it looks like Rich, or Shadow, because of Rich's influence, is trying to get that $200 back. Okay.
While this is hard to verify with complete certainty as it only exists through screenshots and videos, there is other information that has yet to be wiped, like this Facebook post that can still be found on Rich's Facebook. Quote, "I would like to thank Anonymous, our Predator, and Shadow's government for helping me proactively identify and locate Redacted, aka Review Hell USA."
That is such a big fucking L right there. Imagine you posting this on Facebook for your friends and family if they're following your account to see this. Like, why would you want to just post that on Facebook? Like, Rich.
Excellent work, and I can't express my gratitude enough.
Oh my god, man. Like, to stoop to their level, or any troll's level of whoever doxes you, makes you work equally as bad as them. Like, for example, like, there's this dude on YouTube who I wanted to make a video on because of the recent shit that happened with him. This guy posted his troll's docs on DeviantArt. And once people found out about it, he got shat on. He got shat on for it. The fact that Rich had so many people just liking this and nothing happened in 2015, for fuck's sakes.
Unquote.
Here is what happened with that. I forgot about it. I swear on my son I forgot about it. I wouldn't even mention that in that.
And there's also Mama Max as well back in the day. Mama Max also violated this kind of shit too. And doxed the supposed predator that he was hunting.
Twitch video. There was a guy on YouTube who was bothering my family and I to the
Imagine, like, what the fuck is this paint job too? Like, I know I'm just being nitpicky here, but and also distracting myself, but I have to make fun of Rich right here. What the fuck is this paint job? Like, what are you doing? Are you just leaving these little blobs on the wall? A little bit of white as well as the, like, patch jobs right there? Do better painting. Like, oh my god.
Point that I had to get authorities involved. I'm not going to go into details.
AKA, you got Shadow's government involved in it.
Basically, they threw their hands up and there was nothing they could really do. Someone said, which ended up being him, that I have that guy's information. Maybe this will put a stop to him. So I was like, okay. I mean, I kind of thought it was bullshit, but I'm like, all right, I'll put it out there.
Archived is Rich posting the pastebin of...
Someone sent me a possible dox of the psycho that has been relentless on me. I didn't ask for it, and I strongly question its legitimacy. But what the hell? I'm tired of this prick. Oh my god, Rich. Like, what the fuck is YouTube doing? Can you please get this fat fuck off of the internet? Before he starts causing even more before he causes more fucking harm onto the website. Like, YouTube, knocky.
Review Hell USA. Quote, "Someone sent me a possible dox of the psycho that has been relentless on me. I didn't ask for it, and I strongly question its legitimacy. But what the hell? I'm tired of this prick." Unquote.
I never doxed anybody. That was...
But you just fucking did. Stupid.
The funny thing, I never looked up anyone's information or did anything to get anybody's information. That was just handed. That is all it was. I personally did not get anyone's information.
Oh, fucking just shut up. Shut the fuck up, Rich. Like, you got this person's fucking information. You got Review Hell USA's fucking information. And you blasted it on fucking Facebook of all places. Shut the fuck up about you not getting this person's information. You got a fucking... Oh my god, this dude just fucking pisses me off. Like, no joke. Like, I swear, like, why? Rich. Earth to Rich. Earth to McFly.
So, it is what it is.
Rich seems confused on what doxing is. Obtaining
He's confused on what doxing is. Shut the fuck. No! How would you be confused on what doxing is? Jesus Christ.
information is not doxing. Releasing it is doxing. The severity varies on the intent and widespread of the information. Contrary to popular belief, doxing can be a crime.
It can be a crime.
In the US, it is classified as cyberstalking.
Rich is a confused human. Lower your expectation, narrator. Ugh, I can't. Like, the problem is with Rich, like, he's supposed to be the bigger man than this and not talk about his trolls. But he is willing to spread their docs? He knows what doxing is. In a way, because he fucking did it.
And is exactly what Rich was doing. Specifically, posting information or spreading rumors about the victim on the internet or hiring private investigators. After Rich committed this crime, due to the reaction, he took it down, as explained in this Facebook comment.
I don't get it. People were freaking out. I wasn't threatening the person in the docs, and I wasn't the one who compiled it. Shut the fuck up, Rich. You did. But due to the reaction, I took it down. I really just wanted to see if anyone knew anything. Rich. Stop. Stop right there. Before you get yourself into more trouble. Even though you've already did. Dummy.
Quote, don't get it. People were freaking out. I wasn't threatening the person in the docs, and I wasn't the one who compiled it. But due to the reaction...
Does not matter how it was procured. You exhibited it, which is a crime all by itself. Like, ReviewTechUSA has to be the most... He has to be the biggest fucking troglodyte ever. Like... Oh my god.
I took it down. I really just wanted to see if anyone knew anything. Unquote. Now, late 2015, it turned out that the Big Cheese Crusaders were not only targeting Rich, but also Big Cheese himself. For that reason, Rich uploaded a video with Big Cheese in an attempt to quell the unrest.
Why would they want to go against Big Cheese? That makes no sense.
And while I was streaming, you know, the BC Crusaders, that's what they call themselves. How the hell you crusading me? But they call themselves the BC Crusaders. They spammed DDoS my Twitch page, a bunch of followers with my home phone number, saying that my wife's a whore, and then my mom has cancer, and then says I have your mailing address and stuff like that. So it's been pretty much the cyber harassment, cyber attacking towards me.
What happened with Big Cheese and me, there was a business deal we had. It went sour, but we squashed it within.
It went sour, more or less. It went down a fucking. It went downhill shit. It went down shit mountain.
What would you say? 24 hours of it happening.
Pretty much.
And if we can move on from it, there's no reason for it to keep continuing. And I hope maybe if people realize, oh wow, Rich and Big Cheese have moved on from this, you know, maybe it isn't as big of a deal as people are trying to make it out to be.
The top comments were criticizing Rich for bringing up the trolls once more. Quote, no, why did you bring it up? The trolls were returned.
This is the perfect example of what I mean by Rich having to be the biggest fucking troglodyte on the internet. He's just restarting the cycle when he's talking about not wanting to instigate the trolls. I swear to God, like, somebody's got to take his fucking edibles away from him at this point. I mean, he wasn't having edibles at this time, but nowadays, somebody has to, like, get, like, the hammer and the nail and a big, huge fucking note and then just carve it into his skull.
And you just restarted the cycle, Rich. Rich, this was a bad idea. Unquote. It's difficult to state...
That one comment.
Rich...
But Rich just molested a cucumber.
This was a bad idea.
I just had to look at that. That just
It's
made me
difficult
laugh.
to state what effect this video had on the Big Cheese Crusaders. What is known is that at this point, those that were left in the movement were members that truly despised Rich. And as such, they continued to document Rich under a critical lens, seeking to spread word of his transgressions, the newest of which came from a Final Fantasy XIV review.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Rich of ReviewTechUSA, and this is going to be a very interesting video. Square Enix came up to me and asked me to play Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn. I suggest you give this game a chance. I think you'll really enjoy it. So huge shout out to Square Enix for giving me an opportunity to play this game, and I think they have something awesome on their hands, and now I can see why this game has been praised by so many people.
Rich in the video praised the game, but it was only in the description and the comments that he stated he was sponsored by Square Enix to make this video. That in its...
You should have just mentioned it in the video too, instead of just saying it. Excuse me, saying it in the description.
Itself wasn't the entire reason this review was somewhat controversial. It was Rich's prior, unpaid statements about the game.
And they try too hard to be different, and the outcome is games like Final Fantasy XIII, Final Fantasy XIV, and the other garbage they come out with. They're trying to figure out what it is. Maybe because they've made a bunch of crappy Final Fantasy games and no one...
So, he gets paid by Square Enix to make a review of Final Fantasy XIV. And when all of his other videos were him being super critical of Square Enix and him shitting on Final Fantasy, why the fuck would Square Enix want to sponsor him to begin with when he's already shat on all of the Final Fantasy games and also shat on the company? That just makes no sense.
Cares about. But beyond the screw ups they're making, let's talk about all these companies, you know, because they're losing money making AAA games because they either try to rehash the same IP over and over again, or, you know, they try to make a half-assed game with multiplayer and hope it sells 10 million units and it doesn't.
These were likely throwaway lines to emphasize the dislike of Square Enix and the years the videos were created. And being that Final Fantasy XIV is an MMO and changes year per year, Rich could have naturally changed his opinion as the game improved. Though the clips next to each other and the lack of disclosure inside the actual video made for more reason for trolls to dislike Rich, and closed out 2015. 2016 started off just as poorly for Rich. In January, he polled his Twitter audience asking them if he should make a
Oh, he's back to wanting to create the Patreon. And the huge majority said no.
Patreon. No won by a decent margin. Coincidentally, Keemstar posted...
Oh my god, like, the whole Keemstar bullshit, it's just that. Back from the store. Welcome back, Morphe. We're just getting into 2016 Review Tech USA right now, and now it is about the, I mean, I'm slowly losing my mind. It's been 2 hours now. We've gone through Rich's doxing bullshit. But this time we're talking about, this time it's now at the section where Rich tweeted out to his fans if they want him to open up a Patreon. A huge majority said no, and now this sparked the drama that he had with Keemstar.
To this video about creators being greedy with their Patreons.
Like, why would you ask your fans for money when you could give money back to your fans? I mean, you're the one that's blessed.
This was a repeat of the situation with the BBC. Though Keemstar did not mention Rich by name, Rich immediately responded and assumed it was him that Keemstar was talking about. The two then argued about the ethics of donations before the conversation died down. That's when Keemstar told Rich he was making a general statement that was not specifically targeting him. From here, Rich apologized 1, 2, 3, 4 times.
Oh,
this
my
apology
God.
lasted about an hour.
Oh my fucking god, like, Rich. He flip-flops so many goddamn times on this.
Quote, LMAO. Okay, apology taken back. At Keemstar, really, dude? I'm done after this, but wow. Unquote. Rich was not done after this, as below was a video calling Keemstar out for having a donate button on his stream page, as
This is such a nothing, like, argument there. I mean, yeah, Keemstar was a fucking idiot. I'll give you that. Keemstar's an idiot. Because nowadays, with Lolcow Live, they have memberships. But a donate button for a stream? Yeah. Okay.
Rich was equating that to having a Patreon. The only person
How is that equivalent to having a Patreon? Whatever.
that could benefit from this nebulous argument was Keemstar.
Rich is looking more and more like Boogie in a sense as the documentary continues. He does. He is the child not easily accepted by looking for validation as an adult without ever truly growing away from it and growing up. No. That's ReviewTechUSA in a nutshell. I swear I can make a whole entire Electric Boogaloo talking about ReviewTechUSA again, but I just rather let this fat fuck be irrelevant.
But Rich was too arrogant to see how this back and forth, his flip-flopping from apologizing to then taking the apology back, could hurt him.
Before everyone freaks out, I have no ill will against Keemstar. This isn't going to turn into some stupid thing.
Oh, bull fucking shit, Rich. Bullshit.
This turned into a massive back and forth between Rich and Keemstar and eventually escalated into a debate.
Right? He's like, look at...
And this one he didn't back out, but he would back out of the debate with Big Cheese. Or not Big Cheese, Blockbuster Critic. Okay.
Keemstar, I take my apology back. Well, first of all, you apologized because you thought I was talking about you, okay? That's why you apologized, all right? But then you took my apology back because you found that I have a donate button on my stream. Rich, look, you said just a little while ago that you're not going to be making a Patreon.
Yeah,
Are you 100% you're not going to be making a Patreon?
pretty much, yes.
All right. All right, well, there it is. He's not making a Patreon, so look.
I would joke about saying that he made a Patreon. but we'll see.
You manipulated the situation. You lied 3 times. We've already went over this 100 times. And you know what? Now I've backed you in a corner, and you're not making a Patreon, so I'll take it as a win.
Dude, don't
Anyone
even
else
try.
can say
You're
whatever
trying-
the fuck they want.
you're
I'll take it as a
trying
win.
Yeah, of course you're going to take it as a win. You're like making these things and putting them in there to make it as a win. The bottom line is this.
You're not making a Patreon.
Semantics aside, throughout the debate, it was Keemstar's goal to bar Rich from making a Patreon, in which he succeeded, lest he go back on his word. And if this happened in February instead of January 2016, Keemstar would have had more ammunition to use. Not because of the Patreon, but because of these 2 tweets. Quote, I think it's time I released at the RTU Critics personal info. What do you guys think? Let's have some fun.
Oh my fucking god, Rich. Like, RTU Critic, I'll make sure to add that pic of your kid to the docs too. Let's make this one good. Oh. Can somebody please just throw this fat ass in jail already? Can somebody please just, like, take his computer away? Keemstar is the jock that bullies the lowest effort humans. Not much of a mental brainiac stretch on Keemstar's part. Well, no. I think Keemstar is kind of an idiot. I'll say that. But he has some good takes here and there. But yeah, he's essentially the bully in this part. But he's always been, though. Still.
At the RTU Critic, I'll make sure to add that pic of your kid to the docs too. Let's make this a good one.
Throw this fat fuck in jail already. Throw away the key. Give him life in prison. Nobody's gonna miss him.
Quote, Rich claims this was in retaliation to the RTU Critic's doxing and harassing of his family, which included his children.
Okay.
Even calling Rich when he was at the gym.
Like, do you think that makes you any better, Rich? You think that would make you any better? It doesn't.
Though after it came out that Shadow's government had a criminal history, Rich cut ties with Shadow and tried to delete as much as he could of what happened.
There's a thing called archives, Richard. Dickers.
These tweets were soon deleted, though they are still visible through the Wayback Machine.
They're fucking archived. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, dude. Like,
alongside the remnants of the RTU critics' campaign against Rich. There were also videos that fans of Rich made combating the RTU critic. This fan made a rap song celebrating the dogs of the RTU critic.
You can't run, you can't hide, you're not going to stop my review tech pride. You could have got boxed, but instead you got doxed.
The RTU critic and Review Hell USA are the same person, alongside a different creator known as Sierra Air.
Hey guys, in this video I'm going to expose a traitor to the Big Cheese Crusaders.
Sierra was not nearly as successful in getting reactions from Rich, but they were successful in keeping whatever was left of the Big Cheese Crusaders together. Clear by the catalog of videos, Sierra was not a very sane person, as it is not typical for someone to upload this many videos about the police or just McDonald's employees harassing them. Regardless, Sierra did get some notoriety from those looking into Rich's most dedicated opposition.
Now, this person that he's adding in this tweet is not exactly as subtle about the threats he makes. I'm in Ireland. You can't catch me. Rich's personal life will be targeted until he quits. I don't care what the fuck you think about me. I want that man dead in a bog.
wow. Wow, Sierra. That's okay.
Rich's outbursts continue to encourage his trolls. In this livestream, he called one the F-word.
Dude, I really, I don't care, man. And the thing is if I block you, then you say I'm a pussy. If you stay here, you annoy the shit out of me. Why don't we just meet somewhere? If you have that much of a problem with me, let's meet somewhere and we could, quote-unquote, discuss it. If you got that much of a problem, dude, I'm more than willing to meet. You name a place, I'll meet you there. And we could have a discussion. We could discuss anything you want. I will meet you. I will put a fucking flag on my car saying I'm rich and we can meet there. I don't know, man, but you seem that you are such a fucking loser that you—
Oh my god. And this dude is a progressive, if I'm not mistaken. And he just flat out uses the F slur. Oh, Rich. Rich. Oh, man. Somebody cut his fucking tongue off, too.
You come on here all the fucking time, and it's annoying.
Don't, by the way.
And if I block you, you get pissed. If I unblock you, you annoy the shit out of me.
This was the pinnacle of controversy for Rich at the time. His strategy of doxing his worst trolls and publicly making amends with Big Cheese seemingly worked in his favor. The worst that was happening to him was when he ate all that a Wall Street Journal article fed him about PewDiePie, an article that was filled with false information decrying PewDiePie as anti-Semitic. Rich quickly took this video down and issued an apology.
Man. It's time for me to eat a whole bunch of fucking crow right now.
In Rich's apology, he still got important information about PewDiePie incorrect, like stating that PewDiePie wore an SS officer's uniform when the costume he wore was clearly not of German origin.
And plus, if it was a Nazi uniform, wouldn't it have the sigil or the Nazi symbol on it? This is clear. Okay.
But for this to be Rich's most controversial video for at least a year was an improvement. Though all good things must come to an end, and Rich would find himself with more problems, some of his own creation, others falsified to destroy his character.
So let me get this straight. Rich cries when he gets doxxed, but likes it when it happens to other people.
Gee, I wonder why I flagged that down. I don't know.
And he's given out, the state that I live in.
At least try to come after me for something I can't instantly debunk.
He also gives out my last name.
Review Tech, who is Anna Doyle? I see people mentioning her in the chat.
On November 1st, 2017, Rich finally committed and announced he was making a Patreon. With the apocalypse cutting into his revenue, and with his videos full of colorful language and unsavory subject matter, this is what he offered to remain uncensored. While there could have been issues with trolls pointing out him going back on his word and creating Patreon, as long as Rich did not address it, no one would care. For the next couple of months, hundreds would subscribe to Rich's Patreon as he would thank them for its success. Once it passed over $1,000 a month and remained there for a period, Rich made a promise for patron-only streams, but failed to give any details within a timely manner. Then Rich on a live stream stated this.
With the stream, guys, in terms of doing like an exclusive stream for patrons, I don't know if, I know I put that on there. I don't know if I want to do that because I feel like I just feel like I'm being unfair to the rest of my subscribers.
This video was archived and uploaded on a channel that went by Anna Doyle. This is believed to be a sock account of ReviewHellUSA. The video showing the unfulfilled Patreon reward was titled ReviewTechUSA Undelivered Patreon Reward Promises.
See, if... Okay, like... Why would you want to not deliver any of the rewards if you created a Patreon? Like, I thought the whole point of having a Patreon campaign, if you set up goals for Patreon members, is to follow up on them. Isn't that the point of creating a Patreon, besides just getting money from it?
The only reason it is prominent now is because Rich addressed it.
Now, the video is called ReviewTechUSA Undelivered Patreon Reward Promises. And generally, when this jackass makes videos, I ignore them. I have better things to do. Let them say whatever the hell they want to say. But when you try to make me seem like I'm being a thief, I gotta step in and say something, especially when I have documented evidence proving that I'm not.
Rich's evidence, used to debunk Anna Doyle, was in the form of posts that stated he was committing to Patreon-only streams. But this was in March. ReviewTech introduced the idea in January and failed to deliver any streams for those 2 months. This issue is so small that it is difficult to believe many, if any at all, of Rich's supporters will care about the minutiae of this. Anna Doyle's true goal, as it has always been, was to troll Rich, to get a response. And once again, they got one.
And it worked. That actually did work, because that's all of the trolls ever want is your attention, and Rich feeds it
what they wanted.
But to everyone out there who's saying that I'm being Panhandler Tech USA and making 8 billion videos about me, I got something for you too. Panhandle this.
This was just the beginning. In April, the 1316 Killer, a creator that had long criticized Rich, received this screenshot which prompted him to make this video.
So just to let everybody know, I do not have Twitter and I do not have Facebook. I actually put that in a skit that I made today, which will be going up. I don't know if I'll post this today or tomorrow, but take a good look at that.
On screen was allegedly the 1316 Killer's docs. Rich responded by denying that he doxed him. Further tweets demonstrate how the screenshot could have been faked by editing the web page's source code. And as dedicated as his trolls are in archiving every misstep, none of them provided an archive link to the tweet of Rich doxing the 1316 Killer. There is no evidence behind this happening. And being that the 1316 Killer was sent this screenshot means that there is no proof that the text was unaltered. This is not to say that Rich was completely uninvolved in drama. As tensions were rising between Rich and his most dedicated trolls, mysteriously their videos were disappearing, like Anna Doyle's, which is when Rich was asked to show his flagging history.
Man, like if you're gonna have somebody be critical of you, and you know, if they're trolls or not, if they're gonna have somebody, you know, dedicate any video towards you that is critical, you do not flag it down. That's just the golden rule of YouTube. Don't flag people's videos down if you're going to be critical of them.
Will you show your YouTube history report like Monday Matt did, because there is rumors you reported Anna Doyle? I'm not showing any reports. I did.
It's just like Boogie with his medical records. Like, I'm not showing you guys my medical records because reasons. Rich, I'm not going to show you my flagging history because reasons. Why? Because you're afraid that you're going to get caught for flagging people and that you're lying? Doofus?
Didn't report him, but I'm not showing any reports.
With Rich's associate being exposed for flagging videos critical of them, this became the new spearhead against Rich and was utilized by Keemstar in 2018. In an unrelated drama, Keemstar was on creator Andy Warski's stream lambasting Rich for his transgressions.
And every time I see a video from you, it's just stupid fucking opinions. I don't know why you're on the fucking internet anymore. You're dumb, you get everything wrong, you say dumb shit over and over again. I'm so sick of hearing your dumb fucking opinions. You need to get smarter before you come on my fucking platform on YouTube and spread your bullshit.
Man, Keemstar is pissed. But he's got a point there with Review Tech. I used to play Halo 3 with Keemstar back in the... Oh, really? Really? Keem is such a scoundrel. Would imagine. Because wasn't Keemstar back in the day, like, trolling? Because that's how I remember correctly. Like Keemstar was a troll back in the day. Federation of Asshole Gamers. That's where he got his start. Right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that now. Yeah. I believe he was trolling back in the day, and that's how he got started. But holy shit.
Because I'm sick of it. You're dumb. Get smarter.
That's actually a good point. Rich, get smarter, not dumber.
Thank you.
In this conversation, Rich was on the back foot, and so he wanted to make peace with...
That was like 2008, 2009. Jesus Christ. Like, I'm fucking old, man. Like, I don't want to think about 2008, 2009.
Keemstar was willing under one condition.
Okay, I've calmed down. I understand that you want to make peace and that you're sorry. Olive branch out there if you show your flag history.
Rich, now willing to show his flagging history, pulled it up for all to see.
There you go.
There is information about this vehicle.
Wait.
Video is not available.
So yeah, some were deleted. See when they're deleted?
Some were deleted.
Right, so
those are probably from like 5 fucking years ago.
All right, so Review Tech sexually assaulted someone, DSP Gaming.
Gee, I wonder why I flagged that down. I don't know.
Review Tech, who is Anna Doyle? I see people...
At least here with Review Tech USA, he at least had the balls to show his flagging history compared to Boogie showing his medical records. I'll give Review Tech USA that. But at the same time, it doesn't make him look good either.
People mentioning her in the chat.
That is a dude who has put out my personal information.
Whose name?
Put out, and he...
Terrible man.
And honestly, I wasn't even though I did flag him once, I wasn't even the one who got his channel taken down.
Rich had lied. He did in fact flag Anna Doyle, aka Review Hell USA. What's more, with Rich exposed, Keemstar saw the opportunity to dig the knife in further, insinuating that he only goes after people when they are weak.
Most of the shit that I got from you came under, like, in the year 2016, when the whole internet hated me and everybody thought my career was over.
No,
and as soon as I regained, my channel, and now you want to be sorry.
No, I'm not like that.
Though this
Oh,
did provide
please,
yet
Rich.
another reason for trolls to continue their campaign against Rich, the internet at large did not care. What helped Rich avoid any of this backlash was his massive success. Shortly after this conversation, Rich had his best month on YouTube ever due to some extremely successful videos. This was Rich's shield. Over the next couple years, his videos would easily dominate anyone coming out against him despite his
Soulja Boy
continued
stuff.
missteps. From a live stream covering January 6th to his dating profile being leaked. There was even a video theorizing he had gastric bypass surgery due to his massive weight loss. All of it forgotten because his own videos continue to dominate the search results. In 2022, he even hit 1 million subscribers. It was around this time that he had been using marijuana and had been wanting to significantly lessen his usage.
Like, there's a lot of times like, oh shit, I gotta stream soon. Time to get stoned. And I'm like, oh no. That's not how I want to be. You know what I mean? Two things. Like I said, I'll have it a few times a year like I do drinks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like I'm anti-weed now. Like, dude, I think they should make it legalized federally. I'll have it a few times a year.
Well, that's foreshadowing to being what would happen now with ReviewTech and his marijuana usage.
And it did a lot for me.
While Rich had these desires and sought the benefits, like possibly increasing motivation, tragedy struck Rich's life, making it more difficult to quit or do anything else for that matter, as this happening required his entire attention.
Unfortunately, I have some bad news. His daughter is in the ICU at the moment, and he is unable to make videos on the channel, and he's unable to live stream. He's going through a lot, emotionally, of course.
That was Rich's dedicated editor, Jay, host of the channel JKB that was formerly 3KB or 3 kilobytes. In Rich's absence, Jay would take up the majority of responsibilities of the channel, but this went on longer than initially expected. Rich's daughter was thought to only need about 1 month of hospital stay, though that was less and less becoming the case.
My daughter, my youngest daughter, Mackenzie, is in the hospital right now with Stevens-Johnson syndrome, which is rare within itself. There's like 20,000 cases or less each year. The main reason why I'm making this video is that things are going to be different on this channel, probably until I'm saying realistically she's going to be 2 months. I don't wish this on my worst enemy. This is the worst thing I've ever been through.
After several months of turmoil, now in July, the worst of it seemed to be over. But Rich, now being a bit more active on his channel, reflected on his content.
Unfortunately, to put it lightly, and that's an understatement, life had different plans for me. So why things got inconsistent? Because my time was at a premium. I had my 2 sons here full-time for a very long time. And mostly what I stuck to was live streaming. And recently, this is what I'm leading up to. Because my time is still somewhat at a premium because things aren't fully settled yet. I've brought back news, kind of.
What Rich goes into is his exhaustion of covering surface-level news. He has grown tired of reading articles or glancing at similar media and filming an equally introspective piece, hardly expanding on the original flimsy work. Typically, a creator may make these changes because their views are suffering from lack of experimentation. Their content has grown stale, and in order to survive on the platform, something else must be created. This was not Rich's case. Even though he was uploading at a much slower rate than he had in the past couple of years, his views hardly suffered from his departure. This format is successful and easy to produce. But after over a decade of doing this, Rich has had enough and seeks to produce higher quality content.
I want
Quote, higher quality content.
to do more high production value stuff. I actually have stuff in the pike behind the scenes. I talk about it somewhat in live streams, but I don't want to bring it up here because when it's ready, it's ready. I've learned to not overpromise and underdeliver.
Yet he would still do that. He would still overpromise and underdeliver every single thing that he claims is high quality.
Rich is rather unspecific about his projects, but he does say he wants to create evergreen content, or videos that windows of interest are not dated. The fatal mistake was that he was killing his main channel by slowing down the legacy news content without testing any of this evergreen content to know if his format would even succeed. And then months went by. There was nothing but his typical uploads at a slower rate. But he did have another announcement, a shout out to a different project.
Upload to shout out my other music channel where I upload hip-hop records that I produce. God, I couldn't sound any more corny saying that.
And the whole point of that is because your music sucks now.
But no, I'm not kidding.
Rich's music channel, El Capo, is not popular. The rudimentary AI art would be off-putting to a typical user. Rich is spreading himself thin and is aimless. If he wanted to succeed and remain on the platform, he would not be doing this. At the very least, he will be creating the high production content he speaks so much of. The fact of the matter is, channels on YouTube can die as fast as they rise. And for Rich to throw away a surefire way to remain relevant or entertaining on the platform is dangerous. Not just for the money, but because, for the most part, he was in control. There is a space for Rich to continue to exist online without the need to create new videos. And that would be in the same vein as creators like Boogie2988 or Wings of Redemption. These are creators that have long lost their original supportive audiences and have them replaced with viewers who mock and troll them without end. These are known as lolcows, and Rich was quickly on the path to exist only as one. Especially...
Yeah, I agree. At that point, he would have just spearheaded himself into being a lolcow. Like, I mean, he's already there to begin with. He's already there now because of the shit going on with him. But what? Yeah, no. Oh my god.
When entering needless feuds like he did with Does It Play at the end of 2023. This all started from this video.
At least if you're lucky, you may just get an unfinished version of the game that might be playable but broken. A lot of times you get these games home.
Rich was making the argument that current day games are all released as a broken mess that require immediate patches in order to exist in a playable state. The same day of this video's release, Rich streamed and was challenged on this premise.
Does it play? Right here, they're real. And let me show you one else.
Does It Play is a website that tests whether games play in their unaltered state, meaning offline playability. Rich was now displeased with them because someone with 2 likes on Twitter challenged Rich on a statement about games being unplayable without patches. His major grievance was that Does It Play was one of those 2 likes.
Name a game, Does It Play, that you get from the store that there is not a multi-gigabyte update for?
I mean, I'm pretty sure anybody can answer that, Rich. Like, I'm pretty sure anybody can answer, you know, what games have been launched and have not had day 1 patches. Like, he brought up this perfect example. Like, Does It Play brought up this good example, which was the Mario RPG remake. That game did not need a day 1 patch. Sure, there was some. I think this was from Jay saying that there was a game-breaking bug. It wasn't technically a game-breaking bug, but still, that game didn't technically need a day 1 patch.
Go right now and get me one. That's from this current generation.
Rich, in his confidence, bet money that he was correct.
I'll pay them $2,000.
Big fucking mistake, Rich. Big fucking mistake.
$2,000. Get a game from the store, Does It Play, that doesn't require an update.
Rich added the circumstance that it had to be a AAA game. But even so, his loss was set. Just a day later, Does It Play...
Well, RTU, I want to become a Patreon. Or send it over all at once. Look at that, Super Mario RPG. You are using the latest. It is version 1. Oh, Rich. You just got fucking served by a... Oh. Dude, that's just too funny. That's just so funny.
Responded with Super Mario RPG. Rich was prompted.
Sure, that'll be a no. To make it like the industry isn't full of important day 1 patches is bullshit. Go play games such as Jedi Survivor when it launched, then get back to me. Dude, you challenged Does It Play to find a AAA game. Mario RPG is a AAA game. Take the loss.
Prompted to retort, now arguing that the game industry is full of important day 1 patches. But that was not the argument. Quickly, other creators jumped in.
And then here's Some Ordinary Gamers right there. He did it again. He went back on his word. Up, not yet. Just wait for the biggest one. We're going to get there. The vast majority of games are completely playable on a 1.0 build without any updates. Games like Jedi Survivor and Cyberpunk 2077 are the key exceptions and often get a ton of backlash in news media at time of release. Recently played through Final Fantasy XVI without any patches with a disc copy and had a very enjoyable experience. Same with the RE4 remake and Dead Space on PS5. Patches can add content or fix bugs, but in most cases, the games are totally fine without updates. They're preserved for the most part. That is a good tweet by Some Ordinary Gamers right there, and that's actually really, really true. I've played through the RE4 remake, and I believe there was never once a day 1 patch. when the game launched on PC. So yeah, Rich, take the L. You lost.
In correcting Rich, the responses were getting far more likes than Rich's own posts. As Rich kept tweeting, the responses were growing in numbers and...
Oh my god. Come on stream tonight and let's discuss it. Anyone is welcome to join. Civil conversation. Seeing you quote tweet the above person instead of just replying to them really shows how desperate you are to leverage every little interaction as a chance to stir up more engagement instead of actually having a conversation here. Ouch.
Virtually only against him. It was only on his stream later that night, after an hour debate from a guest arguing on behalf of Does It Play, Rich admits defeat.
So, here, on the 4th of each month, today's the 3rd, you'll pay $2,000.
Rich, you admit defeat. You know you're wrong. He paid the $2,000.
There you go.
This is Rich.
But weirdly on Patreon, where you can easily just... Oh my god.
Should have ended. But already Rich was...
I have a hella video for tomorrow. Some people are going to be very surprised.
Tweeting about a big surprise video, ruining the surprise with another tweet stating, quote, meh.
Oh no. He's doing it again. Meh. At Does It Play 1 was wrong about this. It's all good. The money went to a good fuck's sake.
Does It Play 1 was wrong about this. It's all good. The money went to a good cause. Unquote. This was in response to his tweet claim that Super Mario RPG does have a game-breaking bug. Seeing Rich's discontent in what should have been an already settled situation, Does It Play tweeted at Rich additional...
More games that Does It Play actually have. Too bad. Too bad. Good they are addressing the issue, though. Let's take a few others as examples then. If you have time, please look at your DMs so we can put this behind us. There's WarioWare Move It. There's Kirby the Forgotten Lands, Bayonetta Origins, and Detective Pikachu Returns. All on version 1.0.
Examples that fit his criteria. Rich tweeting, quote, yeah, but you used the Mario RPG as an example to make me quote-unquote fork over the money. And it has a game-breaking bug that Nintendo is putting out an emergency patch for. Hopefully my funding can allow you to not make a crucial mistake like this again. Glad I got to support your cause.
Oh, Rich.
Unquote. Tweet after tweet, response after response, Rich only dug himself in deeper. What goodwill he regained by donating the promised money was quickly being lost, and then he posted the video addressing it.
Hello, everybody. I'm a proud Does It Play $2,000 financial supporter. And there are games that don't need updates, but the one they showed, they were wrong about, and that was Super Mario RPG. They said that, look, here's a AAA game that doesn't need an update day one. It works right out of the box. Except for the fact that it has a game-breaking bug, Super Mario.
Okay, Super Mario RPG issue prevents progress. December patch planned. Okay, it's
RPG.
The top comment of this video disputes Rich's statement.
Oh, here's the comment
About it being a game-breaking bug, as it is still very much completable without an update. Even so, Does It Play provided other examples that went unchallenged. For these reasons, all the top comments were against Rich. Quote, Rich is way too into internet drama for a man his age. As a longtime fan of your content, Rich, this video could have honestly stayed in the drafts.
Oof.
Been watching your videos for years. This is easily the most embarrassing thing you put out. And I'm saying that to a guy who gets high and takes his shirt off on stream. Unquote. The last comment was not even commentary on only this situation. It was on Rich as a whole. Rich's streams only seem to be poisoned by his gimmicks, like the frequent use of a soundboard that's mainly used for this applause sound.
So anyway, there's a new LolCow podcast. Starring me. Let me go piss real quick. I promise I won't spam the applause. I know.
He would spam the applause every single fucking stream.
I'm overdoing it.
Does It Play ended up refunding Rich's money without his consent announced by this tweet. Quote, unfortunately, due to reasons unknown to us, we have found ourselves in the middle of a bit of a social media drama we clearly shouldn't have engaged with. Unquote. This is how Rich's 2023 was ended. Even so, 2024 was off to a much worse start.
Oh, man.
Rich's channel
Here
wasn't
we
just
go.
dying, it was also being prepared for a feast. With the
Here we go. The most recent shit that's been going on with Review Tech.
predators he thought he was toying with lying in wait.
And if anyone is responsible for Phil pressing the eject button, it's you fucking weirdos. And it's not the whole detractor community. A lot of them like me. But there is a portion that despise me. Because you know what it is, Jay. Jay's watching, my editor. They have channels that are dedicated to Phil. What's going to be the topic now?
Rich has a history of talking about lolcows.
Like, yes, I talk about Phil in 90% of my streams.
That's way too much. Like, look, it's fun to shit on Phil every now and then, but it gets boring talking about DSP.
This situation, Rich is proposing that a consequence of an upcoming documentary on the infamous creator Darkside Phil by documentarian Mike Klum would be that the detractors of Phil will need to slow their production of content down or they discourage Phil from dropping the project. Engaging in this conversation with detractors of Phil is a terrible idea for a multitude of reasons. First is that as Rich criticizes Phil, it becomes apparent that many of his criticisms are also applicable to himself.
That's actually a good point. Like, if Rich wants people to stop making, documentaries or commentaries on DSP, he would have to do the same thing. In order for Phil to agree to do this documentary. So, he basically just said to himself, okay, I need to stop doing DSP content. When that's the main majority of his streams. He does not see the error of that.
Second, he is engaging and antagonizing trolls. Third, his channel is on a steep decline, with his typical viewers appearing less and less, and more trolls gaining interest in Rich. Their voices grow louder, and so does their control of him.
I know there's some people who exist, they hate Phil to an unhealthy degree. They're just as bad, if not worse, than Phil's dents. And they're so caught up in their hatred of him, they don't even fucking realize it.
That watermark, Snortmania, is from a troll channel that is known as Snort Hogan that mainly covers Darkside Phil. Now Snort Hogan has his talons sunk in on Rich, re-uploading Rich's stream segments that have him speaking on trolls. And though some of Rich's words ring true, they are being twisted intentionally by the inflammatory title of the video to both garner the attention of Rich and drive opposition towards him. And it worked.
I told you! I goddamn told you! And all of you cried like bitches. You're more of dents than Phil's dents. Cry.
Oh.
Cry hard, Snort Hogan. Cry hard, Cult of Hate. Keep crying because I was right and you were wrong. Kiss my fucking ring and bow before me, you motherfuckers.
No, I'd rather not kiss the ring of some fat obese whale, thank you. I'd rather not. Especially since you have L after L over your internet career. So, no. Instead of kissing your ring, I'll flick the middle finger right in your face. I'll give you that big fat motherfucker right there.
Rich in this video was celebrating that he was correct that Phil did indeed cancel the Mike Klum documentary. But that wasn't particularly insightful, being that most saw this as the likely case anyways. What matters is that Rich was growing ever more restless and combative with the trolls. This clip alone would appear in every one of Snort Hogan's videos from now on, but this was only the start.
You lost how many subs?
I lost about
100?
200 people.
From what? And
Twitter.
Also,
the loss of his
Sucker.
followers was likely from this Twitter space that he hosted.
The only thing I will...
I was right, you were wrong. Elementary school boy drama queen. Yeah. That is some elementary school drama shit right there. I'm right, you're wrong. Fuck off.
admit, because I have to
This is a 43-year-old man that we're talking about. And he's acting like an elementary school kid.
admit when I'm wrong. is I overestimated that there was going to be a troll war. Okay, I'll take that L. But even down to the fact that the trolls blamed me, which I screen capped, for him canceling the Mike Klum documentary.
Rich was on a warpath.
So, some of Phil's dented detractors have said to me, today is the day of God. How could you be so mean?
Okay, like, I'm just saying this. Why the fuck would you want to go after DSP's trolls? The same trolls that are just equally as ruthless as all the other trolls on the internet. You do not want to go against DSP's detractors. Jesus, Rich.
On the day of God. So I said to myself, you know what? I will say a prayer. Lord Jesus, please pray for these lost souls and tell them to come suck my dick.
No, thank you. Didn't he saw not to go after trolls? Or did he say not to go? He has for many, many years. But Rich is a fucking dumbass. And I just want to make that final point for him wanting people to suck his dick. No, thank you. I do not want to suck your tiny inch mushroom. No, thank you.
Detractor dense. They're different than detractors for giving me a healthy amount of good, solid content for Jay and I this evening.
So well, first off, I'm going to start off with an apology if you follow me on Twitter. You probably thought that I have lost my mind over the past 24 hours.
He has been losing his marbles.
I have not.
Bullshit.
It was by design.
It was by design, meaning your brain has been cooked.
Was done to farm motherfucking dumbass pieces of shit.
No, your mind was gone a very long time. Years, exactly.
Shit for content, and congratulations, they did it.
Congratulations.
It cannot be overstated how bad antagonizing Phil's detractors was at this time when his views were still going severely downhill. And now Rich was set in abandoning his channel's mainstay content altogether.
It has to die, Jay. The news has to die.
Yeah, his cheese isn't sitting on the cracker anymore. God.
It gotta go away. There's no one that could convince me out of it this time.
In February, he restated his commitment, stating that he wants to make video game retrospectives.
I'm actually joined today by Jay. He's my editor, and those will be projects from, not to sound corny, from the heart. I don't want to hire outside script writers. I want it to be from us.
At this point in time, Rich has made more videos brainstorming.
All right, so I'm gonna take a little quick break. I just gotta go piss really quickly. When we come back, we'll finish off the rest of the documentary. We only have like maybe 25 minutes left of it, so I'm just gonna go piss really quick, and I'll be right back.
It's never too late to step out from the circle. I don't see where it ends. It just keeps dragging. I won't stop running. It won't stop coming. You're the
All right. That was a nice little break right there. Okay. Let's close down Spotify really quickly. So now that we're back, let's finish off this documentary and then wipe our hands clean of this Review Tech USA shit.
What he wants to make than the actual videos he wants to make. This is never a good sign. And Jay, Rich's editor, saw what others did. And so Jay continued to try to convince him to keep doing the news videos. But Rich did not relent, and things went from bad to catastrophic.
Listen, I'll end it with this. My fat ass will go.
I ran to get a bottle and came right back. Almost tripped over the dogs, though.
Fucking bankrupt, getting the prettiest suit. I will go there with a smile on because you know what?
There is an absolute shitstorm.
There's
coming out
Eric.
right now.
It'll destroy your reputation, and I'll get publicity out of it because a giant pussy from Canada wanted to sue me because his feelings were hurt. Like, you come here.
As it was coming out.
Well, look at those little tears on Rich's face. Oh, Muffin. I have no sympathy for this guy anymore, like, or at all. It's like, look at that. This is a 43-year-old man after the shit went catastrophic for him. This is just depressing.
Out late February, Jay was no longer working for Rich, and his firing was far from amicable. 8-Bit Eric, a relatively small channel, was covering this situation as it was
Poor dog wandering. What the hell? What the hell?
in Jay's Discord. And just as Rich had done to Big Cheese, he was making Facebook posts cryptically talking about the situation.
Like, it's like Rich does not fucking learn from the Big Cheese situation. Like, you would think after years of the shit that went down between him and Big Cheese, he would not make the same mistake again. Lo and behold, Rich's Facebook post. I need to be able to afford my rent. Proceeds to buy parts to upgrade the gaming PC I gave him. Because the parts that you gave him were shit. So, fucking what? And dude got paid by me on top of that. Yeah, that's the money. Okay. I guess money magically floated out of thin air. Miracles do happen. Man, oh man. Get fucked, my boy.
From Richard on his Facebook, it says, I need to be able to afford my rent. Proceeds to buy parts to upgrade the gaming PC I gave him, and dude got paid by me on top of that. I guess money magically floated out of thin air. Miracles do happen. Man, oh man, get fucked, my boy.
Rich deleted that post and apologized. But in that same apology,
and he
still
apologized.
Jay.
Richard comes out and says, you know what? I deleted the post. Instead of making a public shit show, may the best man win. And by best man, I mean I'll win. I do better without parasites attached to me anyway.
This was...
Jesus Christ. Like... Okay, Rich. This was, like I said in my video making on him. I wanted to make a video talking about... A long time ago, I wanted to make the video talking about the whole situation between him and Jay. Like 6 months. It was 6 months ago. 5 or 6 months ago, around that time. So that whole thing was just so needlessly put out there. You fired Jay on his fucking birthday because you don't want to make videos on the news anymore. And then you make all these cavalcades of fucking excuses. Like, shut up!
Was quickly gaining attention, and there are a lot of smaller supports that build up this falling out. Though it appeared sudden, there were a few reasons Rich was combative. On Rich's side, he was annoyed that Jay did not want to create shorts for Rich's streaming channel. The reason Jay refused was because of lack of direction in this request. Rich's streams are full of dead air and generally lack substance.
Ha! Of course! Like, it was all, that's all that's ever is, all that ever is with Rich's streams. It's all just dead air. And him just sitting there, just conked out of his mind through edibles. So of course Jay doesn't, like, I would understand why Jay wouldn't want to make shorts on the channel. Because that means you have to sit through hours and hours of dead air. I wouldn't want to do that myself. Because fuck making shorts.
To ask Jay to scrub multi-hour long streams for usable clips, it did not win him over. But
right? Oh. Dead air as in content? Here I thought you were talking into the space between Oh man.
That was while Jay was still employed. There were also elements around the firing, like that the firing came from a text message, and that Jay was fired on his birthday. There was also the matter of the retainer. As Jay stated, they had a deal in the case that Jay was fired that he would be owed a full month's pay. Rich initially did not want.
Which is, like, let's go back to that right there.
There was also the matter of the retainer. As Jay stated, they had a deal in the case that Jay was fired that he would be owed a full month's pay.
And this is where I said, this is like the Big Cheese situation. Rich tries to take back everything that Jay was contracted for. Or that they agreed to.
Rich initially did not want to honor this.
I put this in place because he was a nightmare to work with and unreliable at times. When he was told that he would have to pay me this, he said I was extorting, and he paid me half, leaving me in shock. He then brought the PC, which wasn't a gift. It was meant for me to work on his show and bring in money for both of us.
Rich had very recently given Jay a PC. Though it was clear that this was
and
war,
here comes
Rich
the PC.
was using this as leverage to not commit to the payment he was promised. What's also interesting about this computer is that Rich cared so little about it initially that he was going to give it away to Darkside Phil.
So I'm literally still looking at the computer right now. Eventually, I have another friend up in Canada I'm going to give it to.
The reason Jay got the PC was because Darkside Phil refused it, possibly fearing that it may have spyware. This escalated well into March. On March 5th, Jay tweeted, quote, "I want to say that yesterday Rich sent me a bunch of really terrible audio messages that made it clear how he feels. I am done. I can't deal with nonsense anymore. I've been worried how this will look for him. I didn't want to have to say anything again, but I am done trying to help him."
And this is the man who crawled back to ReviewTechUSA, mind you. This is the man that crawled back to Fat Fuck USA.
Unquote. In a different tweet, Jay stated that he wasn't going to read them, but to ask Rich to play them on his show. Jay then tweets that he is done with the situation once more.
Since it's out there, you know what, Jay? I'll play the messages.
Do you realize how much damage you not getting a $500 when you've gotten so much extra from me throughout the years?
There's not much substance in these initially private voice messages. They recap the drama and include some belittlement of Jay. However, Rich was furious that Jay exposed their existence, and now having paid Jay the money owed, he saw it fit to go after him rather than let things die down. Here, Rich provides reasons why Jay was not the best employee, including the times he refused to make clips and shorts for the channel.
You got paid to basically sit on your ass. Now, there are times I've made you wait with my terrible time management, and I will own that. But again, you stayed. How many times did I...
Listen to the seethe here. He is so genuinely... Like, oh my god, he's genuinely seething at this. Rich, you were contracted to pay Jay that money if he was fired. It's your own fucking fault for agreeing to that contract, dummy. Ugh, I hate that. Like, I swear to God, I'm starting to hate this motherfucker even more. Like, come on.
Did I give you extra shit
extra money.
Rich played his hand.
Apparently, contracts and agreements mean nothing to him. They don't. That's the really annoying part. He doesn't, like... Imagine if he were to do this with any company. The company tells him that they are owed $2,000, and Rich breaks that contract. That company is obligated to sue him for that money and much more. Like, for fuck's sakes.
This is all he had against Jay.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to block him and move on.
This was a lie. Though Rich lacked ammunition, he sought to continue the feud.
You're the sidekick everywhere you go.
You're the sidekick of wherever, like you're anything better. Like you're not the fucking hero in the situation, Rich. You're a fat, lazy fuck who sits on his ass all day, does nothing with his life, ignores his fucking kids, and lets your elderly parents watch them. Like you're one to talk, dude. God, oh man. I was almost really close to saying something really bad. But what do you expect? This dude genuinely pisses everyone off with this whole situation here.
That's not jealousy saying that when you used to sit there and sound like your balls were getting grabbed. JKB back with another video.
Say it. No, thank you. I don't want to say it because all I'll say is that it'll make me sound like a homophobe when I'm not. Just letting you say that.
You couldn't cut it. That's why you became my editor. You got paid to basically sit on your ass. Now, there are times
just like you, retard. You sit on your ass all day and do nothing. You're the one to talk.
I've made you wait with my terrible time management. Now, dude, I admit all the fucking time when I'm in the wrong with stuff, all the time.
Oh, no. Okay, no. Yeah.
I eat crow all the time when I fuck up. I'm not admitting it with this one. The heights I'm going to go to, because this is put a fire under my ass like you wouldn't believe, are going to be incredible.
This drama was coming out during Rich's worst performing month this year so far. But Jay also wasn't done, because he did a podcast breaking down what happened.
So let's get this straight. He said, I'm a parasite. Then he made a stream about it and said, I stand by what I said. And then days later, he apologized. He said, I shouldn't have done that. And now where are we at? I don't even know, because it's like being on a roller coaster that spins. Yeah. I don't even know what direction we're in when it comes to what he's talking about.
As poorly as Rich continued to handle this, there were moments where Jay prodded Rich, excusing these prods as jokes. Like when he made a channel called Review Tech Canada after being...
Oh, come on. That was funny. That's funny, calling to the channel Review Tech Canada. I probably would do that just for shits and giggles. It would piss off Rich, but who the fuck cares? It's stickers in the end.
Being fired. This channel was removed after a day.
Aw, dude, come on. Come on.
Being that Rich has had various detractor channels that follow him intently that are spin-offs of his channel's name, this could be seen as a strike at Rich. There was also the firing on his birthday that, while accurate, was getting the criticism that he was victimizing himself.
And it was supposed to be like a public joke where people went, oh, he's Review Tech Canada for a day or whatever on his YouTube channel. I changed it literally for like 20 hours. My first stream was called I'm Fired on My Birthday, which is what technically happened. You know, and it was a joke.
In the overall picture, it did not matter because Rich was far more aggressive and a dam was beginning to leak. As Rich previously brought forward all the reasons why Jay should be disliked, users were finding more and more reasons why Rich should be felled. This was becoming a rabbit hole as one event was hooked to another, and slowly his controversial history was being dug up, like this podcast that he did with Jay.
How many times did he bring up people hate him?
Yeah,
you know, during the streams. Constantly. He in the last, like, I'd say 6 months, if you go back, he was proud of the fact that people didn't like him. And when we would stream together, and this is something I never talked about, he had Ethan Ralph's ex-wife on the show, quote unquote.
This was an event that happened just 2
Why?
months ago in the period that Jay and Rich still streamed together, when the alleged ex-wife of a controversial creator was interviewed. Naturally, it was a troll that strung Rich along for nearly 30 minutes.
For fuck's sakes, how do you not know that? Or how do you not think that?
The troll then linked the call to a different troll that Rich willingly accepted.
Did you ever see that time where because you kept mentioning the hard R before, did you ever see when he was talking about the hard R?
Yes.
It meant something different when he said it.
Yeah, that was that the video you're talking
Do you
about.
know that hard R means, well, I don't want to say it, but.
Well, we said rape before.
Yeah, okay, so I can say it? Are you saying I can say it?
Yeah, you could say
You're
it.
giving me the pass? Hard R.
Oh my god, Rich.
Yeah.
Means
They full on said the N-word. Rich. Delete your channel already.
The troll goes on to say the N-word, and Rich and Jay fully understand the situation they were in. More of these moments that make Rich a fool would come to light if he continued this crusade. And it seemed that Rich was fully committed to do so, as he announced he would be on the podcast Locale Live.
What? Yeah. They did. Oh my god.
But then walked it back soon after.
We're doing a video on my channel, and we're both going to be candid. We're going to be professional. We're going to be civil. No one's going to yell. Yeah, I'm not going to do the Lol Cow podcast. This is better. Not going to.
Yeah, you're not gonna do the Lolcow podcast. Okay. Okay. I'll believe that when I say it. Oh wait, you actually did it.
Go on there.
This video did not come, and the truce lasted only 4 days. It was this tweet of Jay's.
DSP and I are going to do a stream together soon. I remember this tweet. I thought when Jay said that he was going to do an interview with DSP, I honestly was just like so fucking surprised, because it's so hard to get an interview with Darkside Phil about anything. Then Jay said that he was going to do a stream with Phil. And this gets into Rich's fifis, because Rich, for the longest time, wanted to have Darkside Phil on his show and have him interview him. But Phil, knowing ReviewTechUSA, says no. He does not want to be interviewed by dickers. and also, as of recent, Kino Casino, they had DSP on their show, and everybody was just loving Phil. I was even on there for the little bit of the show, and I loved every ounce of it, because say what you want about DSP, but DSP can actually have a conversation with people. He can actually hold a conversation with others. And I believe they even streamed together when the documentary came out for Review Tech. Like that was the best felting on Review Tech USA. I loved every ounce of it. It was so cool that, you know, people were getting interviews for DSP or from Phil. But if Jay would have had the opportunity to keep Phil on the stream, or to stream together, it would have just been golden.
That possibly reignited the flame, stating that he was going to do an interview with Darkside Phil, but it was going to be a positive one because he was sick of all the negativity. Rich sought to ruin this opportunity by exposing the time Jay talked negatively about Phil.
Oh, boo fucking who? Who cares?
Rich then went on to tweet that Jay...
Oh, man. I was on the phone with him. He said... Hello. I'm streaming. You got a kitty following you. She wants you. Pussy. Sorry about that. But I was on the phone with him. He said that I had to stop what I was doing and call him as if it was important enough. We then had a phone conversation when he admitted that he was pissed off at me, that he did try to kind of extort me. He literally said those words. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, Rich.
Jay tried to extort him over the phone, but being that it wasn't recorded, there is no existing proof. Jay then responded to Rich, and this soon became back and forth.
One mention of DSP and look who shows up. It's so fucking true, because we all know that. Because everybody knows that Rich really wanted that interview with Darkside Phil so badly. But because that no longer is the case, and DSP knows how much of a piece of shit ReviewTechUSA is, there is no fucking way he is going to excuse me, he is ever going to let Rich do this. Or ever have a conversation with Rich.
Rich stated that his channel would outperform Jay's a year from now, and Jay responded by saying that Rich has a clear advantage, while adding that he would not recommend working for Rich. This ended with Jay calling Rich a crazy ex, and also calling...
I would agree with Jay back then. Rich in this situation acted like a crazy ex-girlfriend. To the point to where he would just scream, rant, and rave over every single thing.
Calling him by a nickname, Dickie. Just like the fake ex-wife Rich interviewed, this was also a nugget into Rich's humiliating history. Specifically, this old video of Rich talking about one of his prior jobs where a strung-out coworker gave him a disparaging nickname.
He continues on and goes, even better. Even better. I'm gonna call you Dickers.
This is so fucking funny. That's still the funniest shit ever. Even better. I'm gonna call you Dickers. You are Dickers.
You are Dickers.
Because of the resurfacing of this nickname, Dickers is what detractors of Rich would derisively refer to him as. In retaliation to Jay's tweet, Rich finally went on the Locale Light podcast where he breaks down the situation.
What I'm saying is, when I hear your point of view, I'm on your side. I would really like Jay to get here to hear Jay's point of view on this, but I would love it.
He kind of looks like a real life Homer Simpson. He kind of does. I mean, if he lost the glasses and the beard, then well, actually no, keep the beard. But if he had his comb over, then yeah, he looks like a real life Homer Simpson.
I'm here too. Everything that I'm hearing, I have to side with Rich.
Though Keemstar points out that Jay was not present to deliver his point of view, he does side with Rich. And with Rich now
that is a big fucking L on Keemstar. Like, why would you side with Rich at all? That is a massive fucking L.
Justified and victorious, he makes it abundantly clear that he is done with the Jay drama, even considering the times he said he was done before, to then only jump back in.
That is, yeah, like, why would... This man hurts my brain so much.
I am going to say to people, please refer to this, whatever episode this is. That's it. Like, I don't want to talk about him anymore. I don't want to, like, I'm done. Like, yeah, I know I've went back and forth out of anger.
Rich also reveals a few details of this upcoming high-quality project that is supposed to set the tone for the future of his channel.
You're gonna see this. It's an absolute fucking gem of a video.
It's a retrospective on the industry and how it's fucked right now, and it's about 40 minutes long, and I, to the best of my ability, tried to make it like as close as I can.
Industry as in like YouTube, or like industry as like
gaming, how it's changed and how the industry right now is like in limbo, kind of like me. And it's fucked, and
I love how everybody on Lolcow Live, like, you would see Boogie, you would see Tommy, you would see Wings and Keemstar just looking so unenthused over this, or unenthused over Rich's high quality video.
I kind of just go and I just went balls deep into it. So it's like
Yeah.
40 minutes long.
His description of this project was very broad, but that wasn't what Rich was talking about now on his stream.
Dude,
look at. I just gotta show
Project
this.
was very broad, but that.
Look at how fucking zonked out he is. Like, it looks like he's about to fall asleep. Just over him. Like, look at how fucking. He looks stoned out of his fucking mind. Actually, let me get the cursor add in. Capture cursor. If it'll even. Rich, your testicles do not hang to that low, nor do you look like a female.
That wasn't what.
Oh, here we go. Here's the mouse cursor. Look at his eyes. He looks so conked out from all of the edibles he's been taking. And you could see the edible drink right there. He's just so fucking high off of his balls. And also, like, I believe some of his later streams, he had over 5,000 milligrams of THC. And he ate them on stream. Like, imagine that. 5,000 milligrams. If I were to take one of them, I probably would just be dead. Like, dead asleep. Have to serve a purpose. Getting high off of sniffing them is the purpose.
Rich was talking about now on his stream.
Dude, I was on the Lolcow podcast today.
Imagine that is being such a high life of your life. Yeah, I was on the Lolcow Live podcast. Why would you want that to be the biggest highlight of your life? Why would you want to be a part of Lolcow Live? The show that has Boogie 2988, the guy who faked cancer and is in a controversy for faking their show. Why? That's nothing to brag about.
I put the final nail in Jay's fucking live streaming career.
Whatever.
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
He has the DSP laugh, the seal laugh.
No, it'll never be worked out. We will never be friends again.
Rich, still in this high, now challenges 8-Bit Eric.
I ruined one career. Let me ruin another one. You're trying to hurt my fucking career, so come on the show.
Oh man, that stream was just so fucking bad. Trying to get Eric to come onto the show, like, that did not work out well at all. Look at him. This dude's about to cry. You cry, Rich.
Let's see if I can go 2 for 2 today.
See if I go for 2 for 2 today. Okay, whatever you say, dickers.
8-Bit Eric responds the same day, confused at Rich's challenge.
You said sorry to me. You sent me an apology. Apology didn't mean jack, because look how you're acting. It's a cycle. You need help. All right?
Perhaps this is a mental lapse, though Rich doesn't seem to think so.
You're right. I have to admit, because that I'll be no better than I do need help. Cycle. I have.
Say what now? The faithful duo. Welcome to the stream. We're almost done with the video. We're at like almost. We're like 10 minutes away from finishing the video.
I have more issues now. I've always had issues, I'll admit it.
That's all good, faithful. We're almost done, and I'm probably gonna end it after the documentary. Give my final summary on Review Tech for the final time, because, you know, yeah, it's important. Whoopa! House of Rebellion! Holy shit! You finally come onto the stream after 3.5 hours. It's 23, 29 here. Oh, that is late. Holy shit. I was sleeping. Okay. Me being my usual snarky self with silly arse comments.
I have more issues now, especially.
At least House of Rebellion did show up almost at the end of it. He's gonna have to watch it.
After the events that happened. And it does reflect in things.
The cherry on top was Rich's reason for feeling vindicated was his appearance on Locale Live.
I'm still gonna say, why the fuck would you make that your biggest highlight of the entire time? Yeah, I was on Locale Live with one of the worst people on the internet. I am not going to tell who it is. You're just gonna have to take my word on it. Oh my god, like, just shut the fuck up. That's all he has. It is. That's all that Rich ever has. Is that he was on Lolcow Live. Booty 2988. I don't understand why he thought this was a good idea to join. You know what? I can never understand that either. But this is ReviewTechUSA that we're talking about. Next time I am using permanent markers on the sleep. That's rebellion. Lolcow Live of all things. Yeah. There's nothing to be proud of showing up on Lolcow Live.
But that was not even uploaded officially to their channel.
I forgot the episode isn't up yet. A lot of you don't understand. I'm sorry.
There was at least a few days of silence. This could have ended here, but then Jay, on his live stream, received a donation from what appeared to be at first glance a random fan.
Hey, Jay. I love the show and think you're doing a great job.
Why? It's a show about cow. Oh, fuck's sakes, Dan. It's a show about cows.
However, I think it's
That's
disingenuous that you said that Rich copied your humor.
Your humor.
Why lie?
Moo. You're forgetting that Boogie2988 ended up mooing for Keemstar. It was still the funniest shit ever.
Yeah, I didn't lie. I don't know about the part. I never said that Rich stole my humor. I said that Rich and I developed all the humor together.
Jay is suspicious about this donation, likely luck.
He did. This happened. I think this was back when Boogie went on to ReviewTechUSA's stream talking about Lolcow Live. Keemstar got pissed off at him and made a whole series of tweets on Boogie, just saying that he was pissed off, screaming and ranting and raving about him. And he told Boogie to get on his hands and knees and saying that he was a piece of shit and to move for him. It's like, Boogie is the most pathetic piece of shit that you would ever see on the internet. Like, you just to do that for Keemstar of all people. Boogie is just so fucking sad.
At the PayPal.
OMG, Boogie is an actual he's more than an idiot. He's a fucking dumbass. Like, that's all Boogie ever is. He's a 50-year-old fucking dumbass who's been on YouTube ever since 2006. You forgot Boogie and Rich. Mental health is truly mental in his case. Yeah.
Address, which confirmed his suspicions.
Are you kidding me? Okay. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
Jay, in disbelief that Rich would do something this stupid, held off on informing his audience and streamed as usual until he was interrupted by another donation.
Why did you not go on a show with Rich when Rich went on the Lolco podcast? He's awful.
Panda Baby is in the room with me and says hi. Hello.
But if you had nothing to hide, why evade going on a stream with him? You went on a podcast. Wouldn't it be better to clear the air with him there?
And then another.
Oh my god. Like, so if you don't get the whole, why does that sound like Catherine Hepburn? It's just a the whole donation thing, but let's talk about the whole donation. So the Michelle Soguchi that's been donating to Jay, that's rich. It's ReviewTechUSA. He's donating to him through PayPal. So Jay got suspicious of it and looks at the email, and it was ReviewTechUSA's email. What? It is true. Like it really just is like, Rich, if you want to remain anonymous, you could have just like, I don't know, maybe use a different email. That's why I said Rich is a fucking troglodyte. He doesn't understand this.
Oh, brother.
And another.
Maybe
And
you
another.
won't come on a stream because you have a lot to hide.
Oh my god, Rich. Shut up. It's not that hard to use a different email, idiot. I think idiot is like less of a term for Rich. Rich is a troglodyte. He's like the worst kind of person that you would want to have for tech advice, period. Oh shit. Where's the thing? I was right here. Oops. But yeah, no. That's just, I don't get Rich's logic.
Have a lot to hide.
Oh man.
Rich is a numb testicles itches.
White Lando says, I wonder who that actually is. And somebody else says, people have no life. Anyways.
This was brought to the attention of
Jay.
Rich, who then openly admitted those came from him.
If I wanted to, say something, I wanted to be a sexy lady. Enjoy the money, Jay. That's all you got to worry about.
Puts foam noodle hat on. I'll take my L in the corner now.
This was all happening while Rich was killing his channel. He had very few allies, and even the locale podcast that he thought vindicated him were not so supportive.
Dude, his show is garbage. So I'll click on it every once in a while to see what's going on, right? And every time I'm on there, he's playing with his boobs and he's got chickens and he's making gay jokes. Like, I'm going to fuck my editor. Like, I'm going to fuck you in the ass and it's going to feel... It's like, what?
It makes me think that with Rich making these sexual innuendos and these jokes, that he's secretly a closeted gay man. Why do you think he doesn't have a girlfriend and doesn't get laid? It's because of that.
What is going on?
That could be a projection to myself, but this is also to Rich right here.
For the 5th month in a row, his views were on a fast decline. What was meant to bring them up was his high-quality video that he had been promoting for several months now. It was unfortunate it released on April 1st. These are the first 14 seconds of the video with absolutely no alteration made.
This is the video. This is the video. Wait, you think so? This is the video that Rich has been saying is high quality. Just watch the beginning of this shit.
ban Amber Heard's turd, please.
Try to relax your anus. It's time to talk about my man history.
This nearly 40.
That was the intro to his video. That was the dumbest shit ever. The editing looks like a 15-year-old could do that. Or no, that's too old. That looks like a 10-year-old did that.
40-minute long video that was his gaming retrospective was a phenomenally terrible video. It is presented as Rich's retrospective, but Rich was not anyone prominent in the gaming environment nor introspective, so for him to select himself as the porthole already severely limits interest and relatability as it makes it largely about himself. On that note, it is full of inside jokes and clips that even when understood, do nothing but interrupt the video. The pacing is also entirely off. Instead of an intro or hook, it opens with a disorienting mess of sound effects and commercials. His tone throughout was unconfident and confused.
Do not disreview tech skills. He has a certain skill set and he is not afraid to use them. Okay. If I piss him off, he's going to try and figure out where I'm at, but he has to get Shadow's government to do it. Oh wait, Shadow's government is in jail.
It also has detractive full-length ads of the products he was talking about, not to mention his own cutaways.
Oh yeah.
The comments were all criticizing this work. Quote, I had to make sure I wasn't signed to Netflix. This man hyped up this video saying it would be 40 minutes long, and most of it is just trailers to make a 5-minute video longer.
Yeah.
I think this video was way overhyped. I thought we were gonna get an actual video essay with a solid script and good editing. This only feels like a regular RTU rambling video, but longer and some random clips.
It's so true though. Like it's such a random ass video. Like, why put trailers of the video on there? Like, 5 Emmy YouTuber, hail the rich. No, thank you.
Rich's video was not entirely without value. It still provided a decent amount of entertainment, just not in the way he anticipated.
And there they are. There are the boys. Kino Casino, ladies and gentlemen. It's Kino Casino. They have arrived.
That's funny. That's a great one.
I can see why you had an editor before, because this is a rough cut at best, and honestly, you being high out of your mind is extremely distracting.
That was from the Kino Casino live stream, segments of which are uploaded to their Clips channel on YouTube. As Rich's channel was dying, his own videos were.
I know that name because of the implosion of Rekieta Law. Yeah, like they've been super critical of Rekieta, and then. But that also means that Kino has been super duper critical over ReviewTech. That's how I discovered them, is through the ReviewTechUSA shit. Then I watched more of their videos, and they actually give off some good points, you know? And I'm even subbed to them, and I even follow their Kick channel as well.
Fighting a losing battle against various channels tearing him down.
And these guys also had the interview with Darkside Phil.
Searching ReviewTechUSA now will return some of his videos, but mostly the Kino Casino clips and Snort Hogan's own videos.
I'm gonna call you Dickers. You!
He gets called Dickers at the game.
I still can't get over that. I'm gonna call you Dickers. Oh my god, that's so funny. Oh my god, yes, I love that.
You're Dickers. Imagine telling the story of when you got pressed.
The dam finally broke all at once. The Kino Casino was resurfacing the Big Cheese drama, Rich's doxing, the new egg fiasco, the times his mother interrupted his stream,
yes,
about his weight loss, his falling out with Jay, all of his history and more, like his dating profile, even looking into when his Discord server had an NSFW section. And
I actually even talked about this with a coworker of mine yesterday. about the whole Discord shit. I was talking with Minnie about the name Dick being used as a nickname for Richard today. I don't get it. I mean, I don't get it either. But I think it was even AVGN who talked about it too. That insult shook my bone. Oh, never mind. That may have been causing them to... But... or osteoporosis, Jesus. But this was actually kind of a good point with AVGN. Bill and Will and Jim and James are all nicknames that make sense, but Rich and Dick, like, I don't think anybody would. You don't hear me say Dickard whenever you call them that, but it was. But the whole Dickers thing, that was just so funny, and my mouse is about to die. But that whole Dickers thing just is so fucking funny. All right, we're almost done.
And a user uploaded imagery that wasn't taken down.
He shows, hey, like 4 years ago.
Oh, I was even about to talk about the Discord shit. Lol. Now, this whole Discord shit was just so fucking fucked up. So, on Rich's Discord, he had a NSFW section. But in that NSFW section, had Lolicon on it. As well as some BDSM shit, or not BDSM, bestiality shit on the NSFW stuff, or on the NSFW page of his Discord. The whole Lolicon thing was just so bad when I heard about that. I'm like, why? Like, and Rich knew about it. Yeah, there was Lolicon in his Discord. And once that's beyond NSFW, mate. That is. It's far beyond NSFW at that point. Yeah. It's fucking gross. It's fucking disgusting.
The mods were added about this and they swept up the lolicon. And he asks, why did you keep lolly on your public channel, Rich, for years?
Additionally, there was this video of Rich shouting in a mall to win an online spat.
All right, everybody, I'm spreading the breaking news that the quartering is a giant pussy in public. So,
okay. I even made a comment or made a put this in the chat as well when about it. Talk about misunderstanding the term. Couldn't his Discord get shut down for that? I don't know, actually. That's actually a really tough one that I can't answer. If there is a policy on Discord about that, about Lolicon, then... But a lot of Discord servers usually have NSFW stuff anyways. But the whole Lolicon thing is just a stretch too far. But now we get to one of the most cringiest shit ever. Yes, it can if you do not have it gatekept properly to age restriction. Jesus.
here we go. Here we go.
I just gotta say this. Like, imagine you going to the mall holding a phone and you're about to shout out that the Quartering is the worst YouTuber or the cringiest YouTuber ever. That makes you absolutely cringe.
Hello, everybody. I have breaking news. The quartering is a giant pussy. Thank you.
This makes you look absolutely fucking cringe. I mean, I'm a massive wuss. I wouldn't shout this out in public anyways. But if I were to do this, people would make fun of me for it. And the Lolicon dependent on age, and it represents underage 18 minor activity, sexual activity. It is grounds to nuke your Discord and ban the server. It comes under underage illegal minor activity. that only made him look like an idiot. It does. It makes Rich looks like it makes Rich look like an idiot. Like both the server, the server issue, that's fucked up. Ban the server owner. Yeah.
That's all.
The Kino Casino was covering Rich's history and watching his live streams heavily during the month of April. As it turned out, Rich was watching them as well.
So was he?
Did he have it open by accident?
I think he had it open by accident, and then our stream started playing.
No way!
Like our pre-stream.
Oh my god.
He had his stream open, bro. You're right.
The importance of this catch was that both Rich's stream and the Kino Casinos.
It's why I have been a bit tough in Nerfy's Discord. I've heard of even R-rated is an open server, can nuke a server and owner. So, and now I understand why you're so tough on the Discord. I understand that now. And, you know, that means that you're a fantastic moderator if you have to keep an eye on the server like that. I think I've heard about this madness. Makes perfect sense. It does make perfect sense.
Were live simultaneously. The Kino Casino dug up some minor drama and titled their stream ReviewTechUSA Exposed. Rich, likely seeing this, decided to address what he thought the drama was. A miscalculation that opened up a can of worms no one knew about but him.
All of a sudden, I'm looking in Dropbox, and if you have the Dropbox app, for those of you who are familiar, you see like the recent, you know, whether it be apps or files that you've been using, and I'm like, why the f am I seeing pictures of my ex's other kids?
What Rich just admitted was that his Dropbox was recently hacked.
Okay, so the dude on screen is the one who had the lolly folder open. So this is ReviewTechUSA. Yeah, his server had lolicon in it for years. Why Discord is tough about it? USA-wise, FCC and FBI can and will shut down a full website for a site not managing underage illegal activity, not being pushed out for their site pushed out of their site. Yeah, they have to be. I mean, they're distributing, like, anybody who's in a server in an NSFW page distributing something like lolicon is highly illegal. And anybody who's into the whole concept of lolicon, they defend this shit. They say, "Oh, but it's not like that in Japan." You're not in fucking Japan, retard. You're in the United States. The laws are different. So, anywho, yeah. This man here, ReviewTechUSA, had lolicon in his server. And now he's talking about his Dropbox issue. I had a user pair intimate adult toys and kid toy. What? I banned him after one warning and he repeated it. I said no and bye. I remember there was a drama about a dude on live who had a folder on his PC open and I'd gone to look for something and got exposed. That's what I'm all. Oh, you're talking about the Dropbox. Okay, so Rich was looking through his Dropbox. He found out, he came under the conclusion that his Dropbox account was hacked because he was looking for something for his taxes. And and it just so happened that his Dropbox had pictures of his his ex-wife's kids in bikinis, as well as a folder of porn.
of my ex's other kids.
What Rich just admitted was that his Dropbox was recently hacked. The hack was of Canadian origin. Within that Dropbox were images of his ex's kids in bikinis, but it was set up in that way because they all had a shared account. Rich verifies the story by calling who he claims to be his ex-wife.
Quick question for you. As you're sleeping. Those pictures in my Dropbox, why are they there?
Because my kids used to upload their phones to our Dropbox.
Before they sold them, correct?
Yeah.
What an idiot.
Okay, that's all. Go back to sleep.
Did I hack him? No. No. I'm too stupid to hack. And Rich's story of how his Dropbox got hacked is so fucking dumb. Like, he had a burner phone, and the phone vibrated when the two-factor authentication popped up. It fell into a Best Buy bag and hit yes, and opened up the Dropbox. Koopa rather shack with another person than hack them. Oh my god. But yeah, no, that was Rich's story of how his Dropbox got hacked. And the origin of the hacking was from Ontario. Like, I live in Canada, but I'm not from Ontario. Yeah, it's a bullshit story. And it was proven to be a bullshit story by Jay, who opened the Dropbox and discovered this shit.
As these streams are going on, suddenly the pieces are falling into place as to why Rich decided to come forward with the existence of these photos.
We had Rich exposed.
Yeah, I mean, we know about VPNs. Ew.
Literally about something completely different, and he thought he was hacked. He was using a VPN that had Saint Sue Marie apparently, or some shit on the VPN, and he thought we went through his Dropbox.
How stupid is this guy?
I don't know.
I've been saying that too. How stupid is ReviewTechUSA? Apparently his brain cells are like -80.
There were many theories crafted that were not
or his
generous,
IQ is like
explaining why those photos
-80.
were on there. The facts are that in May 2024, ReviewTech was at its lowest point in over 10 years. It is a dead channel. This is not drawn from its decline or speculation of its future. ReviewTechUSA is a dead channel because on May 21st, 2024, Rich posted this goodbye video.
I'm over what at least ReviewTechUSA was.
Sad when single cell amoebas are more sentient than Rich and Boogie. Yeah.
Did this for over a decade. Over a decade. I got to sit in front of a camera and be an idiot for a living.
Rich in this video.
And you're still an idiot, Rich.
Video also explained he had some personal, possibly family-related things he was dealing with last month. As for his channel, he reiterates that he is tired of the news and is giving up on it, but will post every now and then if something catches his interest. His efforts going forward will be in live streaming and his music production, but it was not even an entire 24 hours later that he posted another news video. Here he excuses his immediate comeback as a contractual obligation for a sponsor. None of the top comments are discussing the subject of the video, but rather Rich's short-lived goodbye. This is not the first time this happened. Even barring all the videos Rich has made, stating that he is seeking to make a different form of content, in 2022, in response to YouTube's inaction of Quantum TV, Rich tweeted he is, quote,
Man, Quantum TV shit was just so good. I loved every ounce of the whole Quantum TV bullshit. Like, oh my god.
Officially retiring from making conventional videos on ReviewTechUSA. YouTube has made it abundantly clear that my kind of content either has to be heavily censored or is no longer welcome on the platform, unquote. This did not last and he returned. And as of June 2024, Rich and Jay have made up once again. ReviewTechUSA is hovering around 300,000 views for the past 30 days. It has been abandoned. though Rich can still be found on his streaming channel RTU Streams, where he streams intoxicated. Like all creators that stream, his audience is drawn closer to him, therefore increasing the interactions between him and his building detractor base. Everything in the past 10 years has been building up to this moment. From Rich's controversial past that serves as a base for the hate, to the killing of his channel which provides discovery to detractor channels, and the tragedies in his personal life that have skyrocketed his anxiety, which has him responding both impulsively and angrily. Rich has now completed his transition, not to how he wanted to see himself as a respected content.
It makes him no better by repeatedly amending with Rich. No, he doesn't. It's like, I can never understand Jay.
Creator that creates long-form passion projects that are beloved, but as the laughingstock that constantly shifts in his intentions, how he views his relationships, and how he sees his future, that is hard to see as anything but grim.
And that was the June the King documentary on ReviewTechUSA. That was the best. It was the best documentary that I'd seen in a long time. Like, it was so it was actually really good. Just seeing all of the failures that Rich got himself into and all that stuff. I commend June the King for making the documentary and also doing all the research on this fat fuck. That was a good documentary. Well, the amount of L's were astounding. They were astounding to see, and they will continue to go through with ReviewTechUSA. They will always continue to be as bad. So let's take a look at please like and subscribe. Please like and subscribe this. Because this has to be like, I'm actually really, this was so great. Thumbs up. How about the algorithm's engagement? Thank you. So, yep, that is going to be the end of it. I hope you all enjoyed this stream. It was so much fun looking at the ReviewTechUSA documentary. I've got this has to be probably the longest stream that I've ever done in over 4 hours. So thank you so much for everybody for coming in. Kim for one, Melanin for one, Faithful Duo, Diary, and who else? Rebellion was one. Then there was also Chad AV, and also the White Tupac as well. And everybody who has been watching this later on, I am going to keep the stream up, not unlisted. Thank you so much for watching, and yeah, that's it. Hope you all have a great, fantastic day. I did what now? You showed up, Rebellion. You showed up. That's all that's important. Thank you so much, everybody, and thank you, Faithful, for coming in. And you're welcome. So, hope you guys have a great, fantastic day, night, and we'll see you either with another stream or with another video. I'm still working on it, so you're imagining things. Shut the fuck up, Dan. All right. Take care, guys. Have a great day. Bye.